good day and good evening, and welcome to Tea Time with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, on this special occasion where we could be actually in a place where everyone could reach us, we are on Ravana Materia OCE. And we are in the middle of nowhere. We are literally just hanging out in a field of grass and eggs, apparently, in right around near the Botanists Guild in Gridania. So if you want to come and hang out, we are on Ravana. And if you don't know how to visit, the way that you do it is, well, of course, if you are on the Materia data center, you simply, use the world visit as you normally would. Just go to the Aetheryte and just teleport from there. If you're not from Materia, what you have to do first, if you've never opened Materia, the data center, in like the character selection screen, in any capacity, like in the menu, then you have to first go out to the main menu, choose data center, choose Materia, and like open the character select from there. You don't have to make a character or anything, you just have to open it. Then go back out, and then go back to your home data center, and then right click the name of your character over on the right, and choose data center travel, I believe. And then Materia is on the list. It will also be there if you don't do step 1. But if you try to visit without ever having connected to the Materia data center before, it will tell you to do exactly what I just suggested. That you have to go and open it first. I don't know why. I'm guessing, like, it is a test, right? So it makes sense that they've gone a little bit roundabout about it. Maybe there's some things that they download when you initially connect to a data center. But from there you can visit. You will land in whatever main city your character started in when you created it, and then you can teleport to Gridania, New Gridania, and then just talk to the Aetheryte and go here. Or here, if you don't have the Botanist Guilds one, then there's a few other ones that are close. You can also just run. But we're nearby. A new character, completely new character that starts in Gridania could probably reach us within 5 minutes, something like that. So come on down if you feel like it. When that's said, hey Gabriel, hey Gasol, hey Obama, hey Coco, hey Aradel, hey Giraheen, hey Cat Damon, hey Viek, and hey Vince. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Jiffy, Yiffy, I suppose. And Zaf, hope you're doing well as well. So, here's an interesting thing. Hey Angel, hope you're doing well as well. Is an interesting thing. Well, no, see, I hope you're doing well as well, Visels. An interesting thing that I noticed extremely quickly when I visited was exactly what I was worried about. Now, I have mentioned in some capacity today what latency I have in OCE. If you already saw those posts, then, don't just blurt it out, but any guesses as to what my latency is on the OCE data center? I'm from Denmark, by the way. Hey Warcraft Traveler, hope you're doing well. And you know what, Obama, that is extremely close. It's 305. 305. And hey, Gayman, hope you're doing well as well. Now, what's important about it being 300 is, as you may know, I talk about this a lot in some of my guides especially. But the way that animation locking works, as I call it, in that when you cast an action, you're stuck doing that action for a set amount of time. On most actions, like as in actually most actions, this is half a second plus 2 times your latency. What that means is that if your GCD on an action... Yeah, exactly, Coco. Can you feel it? What this means is that if you use an action with a GCD of 2.5, for example, and your latency is, for the sake of this example, it'll be easy if I just say 250 rather than 300, then what will happen is that you use, like, for example, use... do we have a job with exactly 2.5? I don't think I do. What can we do about it? Well, you know, this is close enough. Use something like overpower, and it will take half a second plus a quarter of a second, or 250 ms, plus a quarter of a second, again, before it has actually fully resolved that action. This means, for example, that if your latency is more than, let's see, if it's slightly more than 150, then you can actually not consistently double weave. Like, that is actually a problem. And why exactly 150 is, of course, because then that means 0.8 seconds. It has to be slightly more, because if your if your latency causes the animation lock to be more than a third of your GCD, then obviously you can't double weave without clipping. This same problem is, of course, even more quickly apparent if if you have a really fast GCD. For example, with a monk with a base GCD of 2, you can't double weave if your latency is like, let's see, like over 83 or so. Around 83, that's when the double weave cutoff is. So it comes really fast. And with Ninja, this is especially a problem. There are a few jobs, specifically jobs where they have to either use a GCD and immediately an OGCD after, and it's a specific one that reacts to the GCD, or alternatively an OGCD that enables a GCD, or a GCD with a really short GCD time that enables a GCD. There, in particular, it can become a massive problem. Like, a classic one is that if your GCD is high enough, you can actually weave Swift cast a spell, and then spend Swift cast. I don't think I can do it like on command here, because I lagged instead. But it's usually inconsistent, so you can't really do anything with it. But if you could make a setup like that, it would actually mean that latency can sometimes enable you to do things that you shouldn't be able to normally. Zam says, I almost fell through terrain due to lag. How? But there are specific jobs where this is a massive issue. This is particularly for jobs with phases of high intensity, like Machinist, in some capacity Summoner. But mainly Machinist and Reaper, actually, because of their 1.5 second GCDs during their bursts. Especially because you're intended to weave something. If your latency is over 125 ms, that's going to clip 125. Gazel says, what jobs are safe? I'll try and get to that. The final job in particular that I think will have massive issues, especially because of this, like aside from Ninja, Reaper, and Machinist, is Sage. Simply because their rotation relies on doing this and this. And if your latency is over 250 ms, and it will be for some of us, like me, then, like, consistently, well, then Eucrasia takes half a second to cast. but its GCD is 1 second. So if your latency is 300 ms, right, then your average GCD or OGCD takes 1.1 second to resolve. On average. And there's just not really anything you can do about that. So that kind of sucks. Summoner is kind of safe, mainly because it mostly relies on single weaving. But as Gyasel observed, at certain latency points, you can actually reach a situation where your client says to the server so late because of the latency, like your game goes, I want to use Astral Impulse, the 6th Astral Impulse. It's sent to the server, and the server by that point is like, I mean, you haven't had Bahamut for like a quarter of a second by now, so that has to be a Ruin 3, and then you cast Ruin 3 instead. Even though you specifically clicked Astral Impulse. That was, I believe that was what Gyasel experienced. So, Summoner is safe, depends on the latency. You can also overcome this by having a high enough spell speed, ironically, so that you can get that 6th cast in faster. Any job that doesn't need double weaving is safe. I would say Warrior and Paladin are very manageable on a high latency. Depending on how high your latency is, healers might become a problem simply because, I mean, if your animation lock from if your latency is over 250 ms, then you literally can't cast anything. Like you can't weave anything at all unless you use an instant cast without it clipping. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just more to say, like, healers, you probably won't notice as much that it is a problem because of how they play. But if your latency is over 250, then there will be GCD clipping, and there's nothing you can do about it. But as I said, it's probably fine. I would say you will probably not be able to get really fancy with Black Mage. But if you're playing like a middle of the pack speed Black Mage, you might be fine, simply because like if you can just like do the standard rotation, that doesn't have a lot of weaving and stuff, so it's probably fine. Because the cast attacks can sometimes be slightly impacted by latency, I've heard. Blue Mage Blue Mage opener doesn't happen. Good luck doing that Serpanaka quadruple weave. It'll take like 4 seconds. Other ones that might be good, I think Samurai might be fine. If you can accept that you're going to clip during your Enshrouds, then Reaper's fine too. An important thing to keep in mind about Reaper's Enshroud clipping with the weaves is specifically that I'm pretty sure it's still worth it. It would be a DPS loss to not weave, but it's going to make your burst take too long, so you probably cannot do the double Enshroud on a latency like this, right? So like Reaper can work, I think Samurai can work, you just can't double weave. There's also some points where you'd normally single weave where you can't. Like, maybe you'd want to weave something in between Amidara Setsugeka and Tokaishi Setsugeka, right? It's better than nothing, like Samurai and Reaper. I don't think any of the ranged physicals can work super well. Maybe Dancer, maybe. But you should probably not stockpile for the full Mega Burst. It'll take you years to work your way through all those feathers. Like, again, on a really high latency, it's possible. And this is, of course, just to be clear, these things I'm saying here are like calculated observations that it will probably work like this or like that. Like, for example, the reason why Dancer might work is because their dance steps has a GCD of 1 second. So if your latency is at most 250, then this should work. Like, it should be fine. Just don't weave anything, I mean, aside from devilment maybe, after a finish, because the finishes have, you know, 1.5 second GCD. But exactly because you can't double weave, it means that every time you do fan dance 1 or 2, the next GCD has to like do fan dance 3 should it come up, right? Let me just scroll up a bit to see here. Hey Ultra, hope you're doing well. So since when was it possible to travel to OCE? Yeah, like this week. Something like this week. And as Obama says, 300 ms would exactly be that the animation log is 1100 ms. Just clip it and pretend you're doing the right thing. So, just to clarify on the Samurai thing, if you're low level, like if you're level 50 on Samurai, then the only weaves you have at all as a Samurai are your roll actions and make your Shisui, which is, you know, once per minute. So you won't notice anything. But if you're bursting at max level, if you're trying to optimize, let me find my notes on this. Just an example, right? Right. The an example, whoops. Opener. This is a single weave, no problem. This is a single weave after a 1.5 second cast approximately. Well, 1.3 seconds, I think. This is a single weave after an instance, that's fine. This is a single weave. This is a single weave after a cast. This is a single weave after a cast. This is a single weave after a cast, and this is a single weave. Well, this is just a actually, this and this are not single weaves after cast. It's just this. So there's a few. In your burst, like 2 minutes into a fight, it's going to be more like you will have potentially 100 Genki gauge when you start bursting, which means that you have to like work your way through the Senye and 3 Shinten, and you'll generate more during said burst. So you will have, you know, a few more weaves, depending on how tight the burst window is, like depending on when raid buffs come out, if any. You might want to like try and double weave some things. So like it's complicated, but Samurai is probably one of the jobs where you could get away with just going, well, I can't double weave, so I just won't, and just call it at that. Also, hey Traverse at Rust and Not Boozy. Hope you're doing well. Or Buzzy. And hey, Wusio and Ham. Hope you're doing well as well. And thank you, Boozy. Getting lost in Modona trying to get all my Demi Materia books. That sounds like a lot. Sorry, Gassel. It was just like a general overview, like just examples. I can go over it again. Let me do the like. Let me go over this again. So yeah, I can see it's hard to see my mouse. I don't know what I can do about this. Oh, I know what I can do about this. Haha! Right, so your opener. This part doesn't matter because that's before, like, this particular part is before the fight begins, pretty much. Like, this is your actual first GCD. Here you have a single weave. Here you have a cast time weave. And if your GCD, well, if your latency is over 1.3. If your latency is over, your GCD is like 217 on a Samurai, something like that, then you can't have like like 100, 150. Couldn't you use this at Senju before Midara Setsugeka? Yes, but let me just rewind here. So, an important aspect about openers is that there's a specific reason why our openers are structured in the way that they are. And you're totally right, Cat Damon. You could do that. You could absolutely do that. The reason why Midara Setsugeka comes here and Sene comes here is because we go 1, 2, 3, technical step finishes here. Approximately around here. Which means that if you use Sene here, then it's going to miss rate buffs by like a fraction of a second. But if you have latency issues, then your options are either... Well, what you could do is you could use Shinten here. This would leave this slot open to use Senye. And the reason why it has to be here is if we're assuming you can't double weave, you have to use Shisui here to use Gekko here. Right? So this one is non-negotiable because it is required for this one. But you could move a Shinten earlier. That way you can find space for Senye later, but less late? That makes any sense? And this is the kinds of concessions you sometimes have to make when you are optimizing your rotation around latency. Gazel says, would the latency make the Senye before Setsugeka be in rate buffs? I don't think it would, because I'm pretty sure that what your gate, like, I don't know exactly the structure of how Final Fantasy XIV works in this particular regard, but I'm reasonably sure that what happens is you send to the server that you're using Hisatsu Senye and you send your current status, which is without rate buffs, right? And then the server goes, all right, and then does the damage for Hisatsu Senye without rate buffs. I'm pretty sure that's how it would work. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that's how it would work. It's a little strange with latency. This is also part of the reason why specifically jobs that rely on some action enabling a follow-up action are heavily limited by latency. Like, for example, if you're playing low-level Black Mage, you know, Firestarter style rotation, on anything beyond like a relatively low latency, you can't use Firestarter procs exactly when you get them. You just can't. There's just no way, because the game will, like, you tell the server I'm using Fire 1, and the server goes, you're using Fire 1. then little later you say to the server, I'm finishing casting Fire 1, you know, slide casting window starts, I'm guessing. Maybe the server says you finished casting Fire 1, I'm not entirely sure where the discussion happens here. But when that happens, it's, you know, like, I finished casting Fire 1 and I get a Firestarter proc. And because of the latency, you get this information later. Dart says, I can barely use Firestarter procs when I get them on good latency unless I'm staring at my hotbars. Yeah, the thing is, me personally, and you can probably have seen this when I've played, that played Black Mage in lower levels, that I have no issue sniping, like getting my Firestarter procs on time. But that's because I normally play on like 20 MS. But these kinds of like optimization, like de-optimizations, you could say, like what Cat Damon suggested, is something that you sometimes just have to accept. I've had to look into this for some jobs sometimes when people have asked. For example, what do you do as a monk if your opener says double weave this, but you can't double weave? Something has to take priority. And some of the things that can happen is, oh, well, then you use you spend your chakra a GCD sooner than your rate buffs and such. And there's not so much you can do beyond that. Another example is a machinist. If you really want to, like, if you play on a terrible latency and but despite that you really want to play machinist, right? You still really want to play machinist. Then there are ways to overcome it, or at least to minimize the damage of your losses. You're not going to be able to do like a perfectly optimized rotation. That's just not possible without clipping. But what you can do is, once you've reached level 74, you can make sure that you enter a hypercharge window while the cooldown of Gauss round and ricochet are like over 20 seconds and 0 charges. If you do that, you can do 5 heat blasts without any weaving, and you pretty much lose nothing. Pretty much. Like maybe one of them like readies fully for 1 second or a few seconds, depending on how perfectly you do it. But the important aspect here is that this allows you to do your hypercharge window without weaving at a minimum loss. And that's like the one thing that Machinist cannot do on a high latency. So you, like, this could work. If you do this, if you do it like this, then you could probably play Machinist perfectly fine on a high latency. But it's like really weird because it's something you have to be super aware of, right? It's something you have to play around that normally you wouldn't. And you know what, Darth? That is actually, I'm pretty sure that thing with the attention thing is part of the reason why people find it really annoying to play low-level Black Mage. Because it has like this Bard dancer feel where every time you do a GCD you have to look at your Bard and go, did I proc something? And the key difference here is that for Bard, you have, you know, a full GCD to go, oh, I should use Refulgent Arrow next time. And for Dancer, you have a full GCD to go, oh, I should do, you know, what's it, a Fountain Fall or Reverse Cascade next time. Like, you have a lot of time to think about it, whereas Black Mage, you have half a second. That's all you can get. Half a second. So you're literally sitting here like, and then, oh, I have to do this instead. Like, right at the last moment. And the most effective way you can avoid this is simply by not mashing. And some people don't like that. And it's still awkward. Myself is at 20 ms. Well, see, that is actually the fact that you're on like 72 or so is exactly the reason why in basically all of my guides, whenever I talk about animation locking and I say that it's like an average is something like an average animation lock is around 0.625 seconds. You might have heard me say that a lot, depending on how many of my guides you've seen. The reason that I say 0.625 seconds is because it's reasonably expectable for someone to have around 60 latency, like ms in latency, around 60. And it's also a really nice number just mathematically to work with because it's exactly a fourth of your GCD. But if your latency is any higher than 62, then you would work with a worse latency than what most of my guides assume you have. But I can't do more than that. Around 70 is like, again, when I say I assume 60 ms, that's not to say, oh, well, if you have more than that, then what I say doesn't work. That is exactly why we're talking about here, like, you need like 150 or more ms to have problems double weaving on most jobs. So, you know, there's a lot of wiggle room here. But that's exactly why a lot of players coming over to visit Materia here are like, 300, you say? That's like the limit, and then you double it. That's when it starts to become a problem. Yazel says, you could cast Scathe after every Fire 1 so you could make sure you aren't missing out on Fire Starter procs. I mean... I appreciate the creativity, but I have a feeling that it is actually better to just cast Fire 1 an extra time. And fortunately, my Black Mage guides account for this. I'm pretty sure in my guides I say, if you started casting Fire 1 already, don't cancel. Just finish Fire 1 and then use the proc afterwards. And that is indeed true, Darth, that in EU, like, most of the countries in Europe, right, are closer to where, like, I think most, like, European servers and games are, like, placed in Germany, often, something like that, around there, to, like, be central. And there's just not that far. And then it's also really convenient that if it is in Germany and I'm in Denmark, everyone, some of you may not realize it, but if you're curious, like just check out like a map of Denmark and like just zoom out and see how tiny Denmark is. It doesn't even matter where in Denmark I am. I'm extremely close to Germany. Isn't your screen supposed to be upside down? Oh, that would have been funny. That would have been pretty funny. Like, I just start the stream and the entire thing is just upside down. Can I actually do that? Not easily. Dual barrel roll. Hey Tristan, hope you're doing well. I'm glad to see you, and thank you for celebrating 5 months of membership. Let's see. Talk the tanks is off topic, but I'm new to the game. I was told to weave in true north into parts of my rotation. It doesn't make any sense to me. The people that told me didn't expand on it. I'm confused. Understandable. It's going to be a little harder for me to demonstrate this without a striking dummy, but let's talk about that. Just flip your monitor, but that only flips it for me. Right, true north. So what exactly does True... Let me just actually... No, I don't need that. So what does True North do? Let's start with that. So what True North does is it nullifies all action direction requirements. That might not be entirely obvious what that even means for some players, which is totally fine. It's very understandable. What it means is that you have actions... What job do you play, Talk the Tank? What job do you play? That might make it easier. If you're still in the chat. It was in reference to Reaper at that time. That's even weirder. Let's take that one then. Reaper's really, really weird in regards to True North. So, let me start with Monk for this explanation, because Reaper's really weird. Like, they get really weird with it. So, what True North actually does is that certain actions have some sort of positional... I don't know if I would call it a requirement these days, but you could call it like a positional reward or recommendation. We usually call them like positionals. Yeah, we are on Ravana on Materia. Like a positional bonus. Yeah, you could say that as well. Potency buff. The key is... Yeah, advantage also works. The key here is that, for example, Snap Punch says it does 250 potency. If you're executing the attack from a target's flank, which is... let me just step over here. The flank of a unit is basically this 90-degree angle and this 90-degree angle. It's basically the entire... everything that isn't the back or the front is the sides. So basically just hang out near these arrows, right? These side arrows. They should also be present on an enemy target. If you start the action while you are in such a position, you will do extra damage. Pretty good. Demolish is the exact same thing. It's just that it has changed flank to rear. Rear, sometimes referred to as backside. The backside is the entire open part here. This entire bit is the backside. And yes, it switches from flank to rear exactly when this targeting reticle appears. If the targeting reticle is a complete circle, as in there's no open backside like this, then it means that positional incentives, bonuses, automatically apply. So it doesn't matter where you're standing if the enemy's targeting reticle is closed. An example of this is usually all bosses that are larger than life, like larger than the arena itself. So like people call them wall bosses because you're just fighting like against a wall, right? So you can often not even see that their targeting reticle is actually closed. But for example, if you've ever done Palace of the Dead, or Heaven on High, or Eureka Authors, for example, this is like content that is for anyone. Like a DPS can go in solo if you want. All mobs in that content has closed targeting reticles, so they automatically succeed. So why is Reaper weird about this? Because all melee DPS have positionals. Monk has 2. Ninja has 3 in these two and this. Samurai has 2. Dragoon has 3. And Reaper gets weird because it has 2, but they're not in the combo. Gibbet and Gallows. Gibbet, which is this one, gets a bonus from hitting from the flank. Gallows gets a bonus from hitting from the rear. And if you've read these tooltips, there's a lot going on here, so maybe you missed it. Let's focus on one of them. Gallows does X damage, more if it's from the rear, and more if you recently used Gibbet. And both of these things stack, which is why it has like, there's 400 potency, 460 from the rear, 460 if it's enhanced gallows, and 520 if it's both. But the reason why someone would say that you should make regular use of True North in your rotation in context of a Reaper is that because Reapers use positionals so... well, rarely is maybe not the right word, but they don't use positionals that often. If you, like, stockpile your gauge and then spend them in, like, bursts, you can often, like, have True North up for every time you're going to use Gibbet and Gallows. This isn't entirely exactly true, but the point is that you can get away with ignoring positionals entirely a lot of the time as a Reaper if you're making regular use of True North. However, and this is my general advice for True North, is if you can reach the positional, like if you're already there, there's no reason for you to use True North. But if you can see that you can't make it, or you have some reason why you won't make it, then you use True North. And by not spending them unnecessarily, you have True North when you need it. And I think the important part is not so much to like make regular use of True North, Talk the Tank. It's more like, don't forget that you have it. And this is somewhat significant because some players completely forget that it exists. I hope that helps. Tristan also mentions for the enemies that don't have positionals, the point in the front is inside of the circle instead of outside. Right, so this arrow would be on the inside. I remember being told this before, and then I just forgot. Traverse says, does it matter if you start with Gibbet versus Gallows? They appear to be the same as long as you alternate. It doesn't matter which one you start with. If you can reach the flank, like, just use the one that you can reach the positional of more easily. Although, the thing is, you could just use True North in your opener, and then it becomes completely irrelevant, right? Then you just have, like, then you have to think really far ahead, because you have to be like, where will I be in like 30 seconds when I have to use Gibbet and Gallows again? Wuzio says, does the potency buff get applied with the first or last attack of a positional? Example, starting a flank positional from the rear, but moving to flank positional before the GC is finished. The positional is checked on basically the first frame of the action starting. Exactly the first frame. An extremely effective way to test this is, the most clear one is go to a striking dummy, any striking dummy, use form shift, and then just demolish. See how much damage it does, especially like from the front where you know you're not satisfying the positional. Then you just form shift again and use demolish. Like, do it a few times, see how much damage it does. Then go to the correct positional, the back, and do it a few more times. Then stand, like, you know, right there, the open part. Like right there, and click demolish again, and move to the flank as you do. You will notice that the damage is as if you were behind. You can also do the reverse, where you start at the flank and move back in the middle of the animation. It checks on the first frame. I think I've demonstrated this in a Mythbuster video. I think I have. I think I've gone over it a few times in other videos, but like that's not to say that the question is not allowed or anything. It's just to say I should have like video demonstrations of this somewhere if you're interested. I've also heard. I think it was Bondi in the community that mentioned this, that if an enemy is turning, like if they're actively turning to face someone, then as far as the server is concerned, the enemy has already fully turned on frame 1. So that means, like, if I'm fighting if I'm a boss here and I'm fighting here, and then, I don't know, Aradel is actually going to tank. Like, I just did a mechanic in this direction, and then Aradel is actually tanking. So I'm turning like this after the mechanic is finished. Then the instant, like the first frame of me starting to turn, my backside is actually already over here, and this is actually my sides, not my back. I haven't gone and tested this, but it makes sense, because as far as the server is concerned, it is probably just keeping track of, well, the boss is fighting this, and just like recording that, like keeping that in mind, and that would make sense. Like it makes sense if you look into it like that. So that is something worth keeping in mind. If you see, like, this is another, like, +1 for True North. If you see that the boss is facing this way and the tank is facing over there, so the boss will turn. If you're not sure whether your GC is coming out before the boss starts turning or during them turning, easiest solution. Problem solved. Just use True North. So you can overcome this. Like, this is also something you can work around. And the important part is more understanding that this is a possibility. Well, wait, what do you mean by that, Darth? Demolish still applies, it's not, if you miss the positional. Or did you mean something else? Fun fact. The reason why we don't call it a positional why... Yeah, that's true, you do miss the potent potency, and Demolish has a pretty big difference. You can overcome this. I know you can. Arise! Fun fact. The reason why I'm, like, jokingly saying, well, is it a positional requirement, is because there was a time where it was a positional requirement. It was not up for debate, it was a requirement. As in, if you missed the positional, then any side effects of the attack would fail. You would obviously also miss out on the potential bonus potency, but the combo would also fail to progress. So that means, for example, that if you were a Dragoon, so back in the day, Disembowel applied a piercing resistance down debuff instead of this. They got their damage buff from an attack called Heavy Thrust, which was not a combo at all. It was just like they had a single attack and then 2 4-step combos instead. But Disembowel, I believe, had a positional. I can't actually remember for sure, but I do know that Chaos Thrust had its backside positional. And if you didn't do that one right, then you didn't get, I think it was just called Wheeling Thrust ready, and you did not get a dot. And possibly the worst one is back in the day, and back in the day in this case being before Endwalker, Trick attacks debuff that made enemies take more damage. I think it was 5%, but it was basically the debuff that Mug applies. So it was like a universal, everyone does more damage instead of you do more damage. But I believe it was before Shadowbringers. If you failed the positional, then no damage buff for you. And basically all other effects like that, where you didn't get the side effects if you missed the positional, were removed with Stormblood. As in, you did get the benefits of the action, and you just lost out on potency. Bob says, I kind of laughed when I tried doing the Reaper late Gluttony opener on here. I could imagine that trying to do an opener like an optimal opener with like an extra 100 or 200 ms is going to be really interesting. And yeah, Azaf says, I usually hang around the very edge of the rear flank threshold, so there's not that much movement required. And yes, that is exactly what I do as well. When I remember. Sometimes, like, when I'm demonstrating in videos, I usually exaggerate the movement a lot, so that it's very obvious what I'm doing. And when I'm just, you know, when I'm playing on stream, I'm not always playing perfectly optimal either. Himia says, I'm back to my old MS where I can't weave during Hypercharge. Right, yeah, that was what we were talking about before, is that Machinist has to get really creative. To make the, like, to make it work on a high latency. Remember, kids, do what Kai says, not what he does. Yeah. I usually play a bit worse. When I'm on stream. I've said this is an exaggeration, but it's a little bit like you know, like how Rock Lee in Naruto takes off like his like those weights on his legs and they go. That's when I'm actually serious and not streaming. It's even weirder than that, Darth. It's 70, 130. Like, it's really funny because it's kind of like double damage. That is the reason why it's really easy to tell the difference. Like, if you needed a weapon skill to test this with, like the positional thing, Demolish is the perfect example. It's the only thing it's lacking is that, and this is why I've used Samurai actions instead usually, because they still get, like, if you're using them out of combo, they still get like a third extra damage, right? It's pretty good. But you can spam them, whereas with Monk you have to do this every time. Like, it's only every second time. Demolish has like the longest time between the action starting and the damage number appearing, and the largest damage difference between correct and incorrect positional. Ham says, wait, you don't take streaming serious. I do. It's more that I take something else than playing perfectly serious. Like, I focus more on, like, trying to be funny and having, like, a more general overview of everything that's going on when I'm streaming, whereas when I'm just playing on my own, I have said that, like, if I'm serious... Exactly, Gazel, that's right. Kai takes streaming seriously so that he can't play seriously. I can play well on stream, it's just that I can't play anything perfectly. Like, there will be some that are too hard for me to do. There's not much, like, if you've played with me on off stream, some of you have, you can almost tell what's happening. If you see... If you see me jumping around a lot, then I'm probably listening to music. If I'm not moving very much, there's a reasonable chance that I'm recording. I've sometimes mentioned that what was I about to what was it I was saying? I've sometimes explained when I'm playing very seriously as almost robotic movement. Which sometimes can be funny when you see me move exactly 5 pixels to the left to dodge a boss mechanic. And then when the boss mechanic resolves, I move 5 pixels to the right. Kai once soloed every ultimate seriously off stream as a level 34 machinist. I was there, trust me. Yeah, trust Obama. You can trust Obama. I definitely did that. Nay, Zach, hope you're doing well. And Donnie. See, Obama says, how much are you losing on jobs like Dragoon or Machinist if you can't double weave? Or can only double weave like once in an opener? Is it like 5% damage loss, 10 or 20%? Hard to say. Because it depends on a lot of things. And the thing that matters the most here is actually not like if you're using everything on cooldown. Whenever like you do your opener and then you use everything on cooldown as they come up, right? Then you're not losing any attacks. You maybe some of your OGCD options got delayed like an extra 5 or 6 seconds because you had to use it later, maybe even 10 seconds. But if you're using those cooldowns on cooldown once you're up and running, then you're not losing any more attacks. And if you are doing that, then the thing you're actually losing is that some of those attacks will not be in raid buffs or in your personal buffs. So if we take a job like Machinist, actually, Machinist does not have any damage buffs. So if you use all of your resources effectively as a Machinist, and you're in a group that does not coordinate raid buffs, then you lose a little bit of DPS in the opener if you can't double weave, potentially. But once the rotation is going, you're doing the same damage as a Machinist doing everything like correctly. The only time where it actually really matters is that your cooldowns are going to get like spaced out, like squeezed out over a larger time frame. And this is important because, well, the raid buff, like the raid burst window for the 2-minute burst is usually like 15 seconds plus a little bit. So if you can't double weave, then it means that you lose, like, a person that can double weave has around 6 to 7 GZDs in the burst window and 12-ish OGZDs. If you can't double weave, then you lose 6 of those weaves. That's a lot. And that is going to cause things like Dark Knight simply can't do its full burst during the raid buffs. Like, you just can't. There's nothing you can do about it. How much damage does this account for? Hard to say. It depends on how many raid buffs you have, how well people are aligning those raid buffs, and, well, how many things you don't get in the raid buffs in the first place. Ham says getting Wildfire done might be a little hard if you can't late weave deliberately. You can late weave deliberately, and Wildfire usually detonates with like a second to spare these days if you do it correctly. But I see what you mean. This class trip to Fantasy Australia is wild. We have a lot of people here. We have a lot more than we usually do, I think, which is great. Can't see myself here, but I can see my minion. I mean, as long as we can be here, there's nothing lost on a tea time stream from hanging out here. If we have a Lala tank, do they jump to generate enmity? Is that how it works? They spam wah. But yeah, to answer your question as best I can, Obama, the problem is that it's not going to be something as perfect as 5 or 10 or 20%. It's going to be a complicated number. And it might vary. Because you're not losing any attacks by not being able to double weave. For the most part. But it depends on a lot of factors. So you might lose a few percent. The important part, I think, is that unless you're like trying to go world first on like on a new Savage Raid tier or something, then it doesn't matter. Like, you will be able to beat the content with the damage you can do, only single weaving. Talk to tanks as what is double weaving. Okay, so now I need my my transparent paint again. I think blue might be a bad... Well, it is readable, right? I think you can see it. So we have actions like weapon skills, right? We call... let me see if I can find a weapon skill that you can actually see. This works, I think. Weapon skills are typically... and spells... Let me just do it like this. Weapon skills and spells are usually referred to as GCDs. Or global cooldowns. Because they have a shared global cooldown. The recast time here. This one. They are often also referred to as GCDs. So if you use one GCD, you use one weapon skill or a spell. Abilities such as this one are often called OGCDs. Because for off global cooldowns, because they don't have this global cooldown. You can use them whenever you want. However, using an action incurs an animation lock of some sort. That means that you cannot use a different action until this animation lock has ended. This animation lock is usually 0.5 plus 2 times your latency. So, for example, if you have 20 ms, then you would have, 0.5 plus 2 times 20, which would be 0.54. There are some actions that have a shorter one and some actions that have a longer one, but those are rare, so we generally don't talk that much about those. Because an action takes time to perform like this, it means that you can't just, go like bap, 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 and then all of your OGCDs just activate in between your GCDs. You have to time it and think about it, because only one thing can be used at a time. You can see if I try to use 3 OGCDs at once, this happens. One at a time. Because of this animation lock. It's extra obvious because I'm on Materia right now and my MS is like 300. Or my latency is like 300 ms. So this gives rise to the thing known as weaving. What is weaving? So weaving is the idea of using an OGCD between 2 GCDs. Essentially, that's what it means. So if you use, for example, healer's easy because I don't have a striking dummy near me. If I use Cure Tetragrammaton, and then Cure again. That's a single weave. It should look a little bit like this. I clipped there because of latency, but that is the idea. So GZD, OGZD, GZD, single weave. So you can probably guess that by expanding on that a double weave is of course doing two things at the same time, right? So you could go, for example, Overpower, Orogeny, Vengeance. You wouldn't necessarily do that combo, but it would look like this. And you Overpower again. Or Mithril Tempest, or what have you. And that is, of course, you know, that is a double weave where you have GZD, OGZD, OGZD, GZD. And from there you can of course like extrapolate that, oh, we have triple weave, quadruple weave and things like that. But the thing is, unless you have an absolutely amazing connection, you cannot triple weave without clipping. Like, to triple weave, you need an incredibly good connection and a slow GZD at the same time. And anything beyond triple weaving is, yeah, don't do that. Like, if you have an opener where you have to triple weave, so you have to do GZD and then 3 OGZDs and then a GZD, it's usually there's a reason. Like, there's like, maybe it's like optimized for a very specific thing. Like, Cole recently of the community recently shared I believe a Dragoon opener specifically for Dragon Song's Reprieve, which has a triple weave in it. But that's like the exception, right? You don't, basically, the takeaway is you don't triple weave unless you know why you're triple weaving. And what that actually indeed makes sense with the way that the times we usually triple weave or more is because we made a mistake. Like, if you're a tank, you double weave and then you go, oh, I actually needed the defensive cooldown right now. Then you triple weave the defensive cooldown. You shouldn't do that, but, I mean, the alternative is you're missing your defensive cooldown. You don't want to do that either. And that, you know, applies universally. So it applies with, you don't triple weave an opener unless you know why you're doing it. You don't triple weave at all unless you know why you're doing it. As in, the thing you're triple weaving is too important to wait. Nice, Amus. So, talk the tank says, so like getting off of flesh and or contra 6 in between the dual cast and the next cast. Yes and no. I think. I'm just going to be sure that we understand each other correctly. You don't weave anything between the casted spell and the dual casted spell, because there's no space for that. I'm assuming you kind of know that. But I'm just making sure. You did specifically say between the dual cast and the next cast, which is exactly the opposite of what I'm clarifying here. And if that's what you mean, then yes, that is correct. It's exactly that you use, you know, Jolt, the Thunder, Flesh. That's a single weave. And Red Mage is also one of the jobs that get weird with it. Like, specifically one of the jobs that get weird with it, because they have, you know, a double weave opportunity after every second cast. Ching. Also, I think Traverse earlier said, how do you keep track of 2 chats at once? I don't. I can't. You can see I can barely answer everyone in the stream chat. So I'm basically assuming that if you have a question specifically directed at me, you're not saying it in game. Angel says, I could keep track of both. Yes, but you're not answering both, are you? A wise man once said, don't die, kill the bad guy. What was it? Sextuple weaving. Yeah, exactly. That is actually a classic example of a mistake. I have a video coming out soon where I specifically highlight that as a mistake. I don't call it the sextuple weave, I call it the pentaweave. Because it sounds better. I feel like it sounds funnier in a way because it sounds good, but it's not. As a great sage once said, just lose some DPS and do the mechanic correctly so we don't wipe. Indeed. Indeed. If you can sacrifice some damage and you can succeed as a result, that's a win. Isn't Penta 5? Yes. An example of a pentaweave is a Dragoon using Lance Charge, Dragon Sight Battle Litany, Geisgagul Jump, True Thrust. I actually saw something like that yesterday. I was in Kogane Castle on the final boss. So I recorded it, I watched it back, and I saw the Dragoon stepped into the arena, looked at Jojimbo for a bit, like considering their options. Then they used Dragon Sight on the tank. Then they stood there for a little bit longer. Then they used Life Surge. And then they used Spine Shadow Dive to close the gap. The gap that they could have closed by walking in the time they were thinking. Then they used Lance Charge, stood there for a bit, and then they used Battle Litany, and then they used Geisgagul, and then it looked like they were like, oh no, Life Surge is running out! I'm gonna use... And then the boss became untargetable. And then they just awkwardly ran after the boss. Like, no, wait, my cooldowns! It was just really, really funny. Because it's like that. I felt like when I make the mistakes insert role makes, sometimes I feel like maybe I'm being a bit unfair for highlighting this a mistake. Because maybe to some degree, sometimes these kind of mistakes is something that I have maybe seen once or twice. And sometimes it can even be a mistake that I know can happen, but I haven't seen in ages. And then I make the video, I post the video, and people are like, oh yeah, I've seen this like a dozen times last week. And here, I actually see the pentaweave in the wild, and it's really, it's just really funny. It hardly had any impact on the clear time, because the rest of the group was great, but it was just so funny, because it was like, I did that recently while highlighting that it was wrong. Also, I hope you get some good tea, Darth. Oh yeah, Traverse the jetpack, the classic. I think the sage weapons look hilarious on a smaller character, because they do look like a jetpack. At least they were trying to use their cooldowns. Yes, exactly. The thing is, I didn't say anything to them about it. First of all, because I didn't notice it until that late, right? And second of all, because like there's so many other things I could have commented on. Like there's a bit too much to unpack there, and I think I would rather they actually use their cooldowns than not. And yeah, Trevor, Tristan, it wasn't necessarily meant to be like as the 6 weave. It was just more like the joke is that when you weave over a certain point, it stops making sense. No Dragonsight on Astrologian. I'm sure they would have used it on an Astrologian if they were there, because they actually used Dragonsight on me, the Sage, early in the dungeon. I don't know how they decided it. Maybe they had the Astrologian approach of, you'll get it this time. Next one, I'll give to the tank. Kieran says the only time I Dragonsight a tank was when it still had the tether and a ranged kept breaking it. Yeah, I feel like some do that. I have no explanation for why this Dragoon did that. As I said, so the weirdest part of that dungeon was that I noticed there was something up with that Dragoon in like the first pull. Because again, I was there as a Sage. And I noticed that I had Dragonsight. So I was like, what, why? And I was about to say something, but then, you know, I looked at the enmity and realized that I was second on enmity on most of the mobs. So I was like, I mean, if they gave me Dragonsight because I was doing the most damage, then... you know... technically, they should be giving it to the DPS, but if I was doing more than the other DPS, it would be weird to like tell them off for doing technically the right thing, right? And yes, you're correct. I shouldn't be doing the most damage. The Hexa weave where Machinist uses Gauss round and Ricochet at level 90. Mission failed successfully. Exactly. That is exactly the problem, is that I was looking at the situation and I was like, I mean, if they came to the conclusion of giving Dragonsight to me for a reason, then they didn't make a mistake. And then there's nothing wrong with telling them off for that. It could also be a misclick, Smith. The specific reason why I assumed it wasn't was specifically because, you know, around 10 minutes later on the final boss, they gave Dragonsight to the tank and then did a classic pentaweave, which included Life Surge taking out and 2 OGCDs in the complete space of Lance Charge, Dragonsight, and Battle Litany. A Spine Shadow Dive and a Geisker Ghoul. Yeah, exactly, Darth. That is exactly it, is that I saw that I was second on enmity and I hadn't healed that much, if any at all. So it was not healer enmity. Maybe those Flemmas really put in work. Terry says, wait, why are we all Voyagers? When you visit Materia from not Materia, you're a Voyager. Manila Chai. Interesting. Talk the tank says, is there any sort of passing or ability to tell how well you're actually doing? Not legally. Materia is the Oceanic Data Center. There are DPS meters, Talk the Tank, but those are third-party tools, and the official stance is don't do it, but as long as you don't talk about it in-game, you know, Fight Club rules, then you're probably not going to get banned for it. If you don't want this, the only other options you have is Stone Sky Sea, Yeah, I have a guide on that. The Stone Sky Sea is basically the closest you get to an in-game DPS meter in that you're being put against a striking dummy for 3 minutes, and this striking dummy is like the health of this striking dummy is determined by what job you're playing and what encounter you chose for it. Like, for example, if you want to test whether you're strong enough to beat, the final boss of the current Raytheon Savage, you can take a striking dummy of specifically that. And if you can beat that, then as far as the game is concerned, well, you are capable of doing that. An interesting aspect to this is that jobs that are more hampered by having to move a lot, like Black Mage, has a tendency to be expected to do more damage. To be like, well, once you're in the fight, you'll do less damage because you're moving. And things like that. It's not perfect, but it is a way you can, because there are websites that know how much HP these striking dummies have, you can determine how, based on how quickly you killed the striking dummy, you can determine how much DPS you did. But it's not perfect. Your tank is the highest on the enmity list, put it on your tank. Alright, Rust. Enjoy your day. Or evening. And yes, as Cole says, it's like... It highly depends on what you do with these third-party tools. The key is exactly that... If you don't, the safest way to go about it is don't talk about it in-game. Just don't even mention that you have a third-party tool in-game. It's that's the safest way. And I can also say that the saddest part about potentially having a DPS meter is more that it makes you acutely aware of how often the rest of your group is not great. Once you've gotten over the excitement of seeing how good you are. I think I said this Tuesday as well. The experience of getting a DPS meter is, wow, look at how much damage how much better I'm doing than the rest. Why am I doing so much better than the rest? Why am I doing so much better than the rest? If you're doing, casual content, especially if you're doing Savage content, then this experience might happen way faster, but to some degree it just might not work. You might more quickly realize that your group is not going to make it. And yeah, exactly, Darth. That is pretty much the stance, is that if you don't talk about it, so they can't, so that you're not flaunting it obviously in their face, then they're not going to say anything. If you don't say anything, they won't say anything. And as long as you use it for your own improvement and betterment, then you're not hurting anyone. And speaking of which, Tuesday this week we were doing alliance raids. And at the end of the stream we were talking about the possibility that maybe someone had logged any of the encounters. Because here's the thing. If someone has a DPS meter running and they decide to log it on FF logs, if you happen to be in group with them, then that log will also be associated with your name. Which means that you don't even have to use a DPS meter to sometimes get data on your performance. Like, genuinely, if you go to FF Logs, like the website, and write your character name in the search bar, there's a chance, if you've like done max level content, that not only does the website know who you are, but it has actual like data of runs you did at some point. And the funniest thing that I saw looking into that fact Tuesday, I guess we are at the Botanist Guild in Ravana, or on Ravana. The funniest thing, it was like a tragicomical funny thing, like not funny, but sad funny, was that in one of the runs, I believe it was the Thalaya where I was playing Reaper, you know, the one where some of you saw me completely fall flat on my face in my opener and just messed up everything. In that duty, there was a, you know how you like a 90 pass or something, like you're better than 90% of the other passers. There was a 1 pass in that alliance. They did less than a fourth of my DPS. They just barely beat Limit Break. It's not important who they are, or that they did that. But that's what I mean when I say that the experience of having a DPS meter running is first, wow, look at how much better I am than everyone else, to, why am I so much better than everyone else, to, why am I so much better than everyone else? What's a 0 pass then? The actual AFK player. Imagine passing an Aurum Vale as a healer. Gabriel says, on Tuesday you had 4 runs logged. Exactly, and we did 6, by the way. We did 6 runs. Bard says DPS meters do let you figure out who that bard that isn't buffing and only auto-attacking with no skill users is, so you can be mad at them and not give them comps. Yeah, that's true, or commendations, even if they have a good glam. Yeah, I suppose. Shizuma says, what if the in-game DPS was just for the individual and not shared to measure against yourself and improve? We've had this talk before. The problem here is other players will ask you for your pass, like, how much damage did you do? And if they're separately running a third-party DPS meter, they don't have to ask you. They already know what the answer is. But if you answer, so your options there are, because remember, if the rule is you can't talk about the actual like real DPS meter that that can see everyone because that's third party, but you can see your own, then the other player that knows you're not doing enough DPS and just needs a reason to kick you, hypothetically, they can ask you, how much DPS were you doing? You can answer truthfully, and then if you're doing low DPS, they can go, well, that's not very much, is it? And then they have a reason to kick you, because they're like, well, we can't beat the boss if you're doing that low damage. And you voluntarily share the information. You can also say, I don't need to share that with you. And then, well, you know, if you refuse to share the information, it's probably because you believe that sharing that information would look bad. Which means that they can go, well, is that because your DPS is low? Or you can lie, in which case, well, then they know you're lying. Like, then they have to figure out a different reason to kick you, because they would have to show their hand by pointing out that you're lying. But that's not a good sign either, right? So what I'm saying by this is that if you had a DPS meter, if they had made it so that in-game there was a personal DPS meter that shows how much damage you're doing, if there was a DPS meter in the game, like a sanctioned, actual, legal DPS meter in-game, but it only shows your own DPS, then that is a possible future. That people would just ask that if you're not doing well. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying I've seen pretty bad things here. That has happened, so it wouldn't surprise me if they did do that. But just don't Sky see DPS. VX says, what would I even tell someone if they ask about my damage? What I do against the striking dummy, assuming there are no logs. If someone asks you about your damage, then you can just say, I don't know what you mean. If they say, what does it say on the DPS meter? Then you say, the what? Like, basically, what I'm saying is, don't act like you have a DPS meter, let's say that. And you exactly talk to tech. While parsing is parsing culture a little ridiculous. And sometimes it's not even parsing culture. It's just DPS meter culture. You do a dungeon, you're not doing enough DPS, you can actually end up kicked, depending on the group, of course. Smith says, how would these DPS tools work with consoles? They don't. But again, if the game itself had like a built-in legal DPS meter that shows how much damage you are doing, then consoles would have it too, of course. Frontline shows total damage done. That can, of course, be calculated to DPS, but it shows total damage done. And part of the reason why that is less of a problem in Frontline is because in Frontline, you can have done you can have done 3 times more damage than second place and still lose and still have a low amount of kills because the damage you did didn't lead to anything. This is actually a common problem if you play Scholar in PvP, in Frontline, is that you have the capacity to basically unleash the actual plague on both enemy teams simultaneously. But if no one dies as a result, and people just, walk away, then you accomplished nothing. I believe dot ticks are not shown in the battle log in-game. World of Warcraft has many options for DPS meters. Actually many options that work slightly differently and things like that. A few ones that I remember is, I believe one is called SCADA, one is called Details, and one is called Recount. I believe Details is the new extra fancy one that came out some years ago that has a little bit more or something like that. But there are multiple different DPS meters. But the way add-ons work in World of Warcraft, think third-party tools, is that you just get the add-on with code in it and put it in a specific folder in the World of Warcraft folder. When you log in, it will show a button called add-ons. The game itself supports these things, and you can just tick off and on the add-ons you want to use, and when there's a new patch, it actually warns you that, oh, some of your add-ons might be out of date, because there's a version comparison system on add-ons as well that makes sure that things work correctly. World of Warcraft specifically is designed to accept add-ons. And I believe some would say that the reason why it took so long before anything was done with the base UI of World of Warcraft is partly because anyone who has played World of Warcraft in the past 5 years, I believe there's more players among them that has not seen the base UI as is than people that have. Can you play WoW without any add-ons? Yes. But it's going to be way harder because bosses are designed to assume you have them. As in, some bosses have boss mechanics that are so evil and so brutal that there's no chance you can react in time without an add-on to help you deal with it. So they just assume you have them. And that is part of the reason why in World of Warcraft everyone uses add-ons like DBM, which is the I believe the Final Fantasy XIV equivalent of Cactbot, or rather Cactbot is the equivalent of DBM, right? Called Deadly Boss Mods. The reason why that's okay in WoW is because the bosses are balanced around the fact that they're going to assume that you're using them. Whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, they're assuming you're not using third-party tools, which means that using these tools gives you an unfair advantage, because the bosses are balanced around you not having them. Whereas in World of Warcraft, they're balanced around you actually having them. I can't remember exactly how the story went. I believe originally the relationship between Final Fantasy XIV and third-party tools was not as strict as it is now, you could say. I believe there was this story I read years ago that there was this event where the particular host or something like that got harassed by the players in game because of them doing low damage or something like that. As an example, I don't even know if it has any relevance on the story today, but that is of course what made it very, very clear that they didn't want that to be like they don't want to have to do that. And as others mentioned, Japan's laws on these things are stricter. I believe the problem is a little bit like, you know how, for example, there are World of Warcraft private servers. They exist. To some degree, Blizzard could just run around and just, whack-a-mole most of them. Just nope. But to some capacity, they don't, as long as it doesn't get as long as the private server doesn't get any clear significance or make a huge amount of money. They don't always do anything. It's usually whenever a private server gets somewhat large that they start going after them. But part of the reason for this is because that's how copyright law works. These private servers are illegally using that copyright, and if Blizzard does not stamp them out when it is clearly obvious that they exist and they're breaching this copyright, then Blizzard could stand to as far as I understand, lose that copyright. If you're not using it anyway, then what's the point of you having it? So, legally... Oh, sorry, that's trademark. Sorry. I can't... I'm not a lawyer. Thank you for the correction. But, yes. The idea is that if you don't actually go out of your way to make sure that you and only you are using this basically software that you have created, then there's no reason to say others can't use them. If you just let them, then what's the point? So you don't want to do that. So they kind of have to do that. I'm guessing in Japan, they have to they might have a stricter stance in general on third-party tools. As in, there is no middle of the like middle path. It's either you do or you don't allow third-party tools. And if you do, then you have to make sure that your game actually supports it, I guess. And they don't want to do that. Which, fair, right? It would be a huge undertaking to do that. Also, hey, Cyanide. And Orion. Hope you're both doing well. Gabriel says, according to a random Reddit post, game console modding is illegal in Japan, punishable by prison and fines. Well, there you go. There you go. So, because the game is on console, there's no way to make this work. Yeah, if Final Fantasy XIV then promoted modding in any way, then you'd be promoting criminal activity. That is true. That is true. And that is also true, Ryan. Take that with a grain of salt. There's the potential that what they mean by that is fines. There's also the potential that it's a little less strict. But it is pretty common to hear that that Japan has like some weirdly strict law, as far as I know. Alright, good luck, Traverse. But yeah, I guess that is the logic here then. Is that step 1, Final Fantasy XIV is a console game. Step 2, you can't mod a console. Step 3, modding is now not allowed in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, that makes sense. So that means that if Final Fantasy XIV had never released on a console, then maybe this would have been a completely different story. And that is actually what Darth and Gazel says here is a quite interesting point. That says Japan has a lot of bad laws, including slander laws that push true things if said. If it hurts the reputation of the person. And Gazel comes with the counterpoint that you could just bring it to the police instead of saying it on Twitter. And that is actually true. That's very true. Just making like a blanket statement on the internet about someone can ruin their reputation before they can actually defend themselves, regardless of whether the statement is true or false. Because what often happens in these cases on the internet is that you could say something that isn't even true about someone, but it would be very bad if it were true. And before the person even sees that it has been said, news sites have posted about it, and everyone has heard it. Because it's a bad thing. So when you then defend yourself and go, no, that's not how it went, and you actually show proof of what actually happened, people don't care, because that's not interesting. That's not bad news. That's good news. And people don't care nearly as much about good news, so it's too late. You're already stamped as a bad guy, right? So that it makes sense that there could be a law about like that punishes you even for saying something that is true, just out into the void of the internet. Because who knows if it's true, right? Who knows if it's true? You know it's true. But then go through the proper means, right? Go to the police, for example. So it makes sense. I'm not saying whether that particular law is good or bad. I'm just saying that I can see why it makes sense to have such a law. Because such a law also makes it extra dangerous to do that exact same thing as, you know, saying something that is false about someone to intentionally hurt their reputation. Can't do that either, because saying anything that can hurt the person's reputation can punish you. See, Traverse, speaking of Final Fantasy XIV on console, do you think Square Enix will start phasing out PS4 late Dawn Trail and end support by 8 or 8X? Maybe? Maybe? I think part of the problem is they don't want to phase people out when they haven't had a chance to have a PS5. Although I guess we are reaching the point where most people have had the chance, I guess. I know, right, Talk to Tank? And exactly, Gazel, precisely. And the thing is, actually, on the internet, it's not like... This is also true. Like, getting a bad reputation on the internet can remove your ability to, like, exist on the internet as that person. For years, or, like, basically forever, right? So, like, it's the same idea. Of course, if your life is not, or life or career is not exactly on the internet, you could be fine, but it would still impact you. Gabriel says, why would they phase it out? Reason why they're phasing out nowadays is because of new spec requirements. The PlayStation 4 came out in November 2013. On my birthday, actually. So, as long as they haven't phased out the PS4, they need to make sure that Final Fantasy XIV functions on a PS4. And for it to function on a PS4, it limits everything else. Well, it was my birthday, Warcraft Traveler. Also, thank you so much for the pink super chat, Eno. Wow! Actually, wow! Thank you so much, that's incredible. Thank you. Wow. Good to see you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. But that is the problem. That is exactly the problem, is that as long as they support PS4, then Final Fantasy XIV can't move further than that. But is that a problem? Counterpoint, is that a problem? Everyone, is it a problem? Personally, I just want to say, in like all of Stormblood and a large part of Shadowbringers, I played Final Fantasy XIV on like a really mediocre PC. I had to have basically all graphic settings, all of them, to like minimum or off. The only thing that I allowed myself to have anyway was that I had shadows at all, because I had to turn off basically everything to get a stable 60 FPS at my housing plot. Now, if I went to Limsa Lomensa, or if there was a lot of magic happening on screen in a dungeon, I could easily drop to 30. What I mean by this is that I'm fortunate to have a really strong PC now, but I used to have I called it old reliable. And it never had any problems. The only problem it had was that it didn't run very fast. Other people have this too. And some people rely on a game like Final Fantasy XIV being not too demanding. World of Warcraft had the same benefit, that World of Warcraft for years, I don't know how demanding it is now, but at least for years, like actually over a decade, the game was extremely low requirements. So basically anything could run World of Warcraft. You just had to be able to open the machine. Like open the game and you're good. And if you increase like the standard graphics of the game, then that could mean that some people simply can't keep up anymore. And some people rag on Final Fantasy XIV for looking outdated or what. Let me just remove this clipping panda for a moment. I think this game looks beautiful. Remember, I have no third-party tools, by the way. I actually don't have any third-party tools. I don't have any G-Shade or Reshade or any of that. This is actually just how Final Fantasy XIV looks. And I think it looks beautiful. It doesn't need to get better than this. It would be nice if it got better than this, but this is fine. This is good enough for me. Well, in fairness, look at them, Aji. They made the polygonal grapes, and then when they considered fixing them, people got mad about it. So my point is that I think that I'm gonna throw flowers at you. Come at me. I think that if increasing the the PC specs for Final Fantasy XIV, and by extension the console requirements, you could say, if that has the effect that less people can play it, then I don't know if that is a worthy trade-off. But I understand that it might be necessary, because, I mean, some players would be like, oh, that old game? Really? I think, yeah, so I think the worst part, me personally, is all the clipping. Would be nice if they did. I don't know what they should do about it. But something. My suggestion would be, like, make some sort of, like, interaction with clothing so that if it clips through your hair, do something with the hair. Like, we've talked about this a bunch of times. I am not a game designer. I am not a graphics designer. I'm just saying, maybe don't clip through everything. That would be nice. Dart says, might be wrong because of Reddit, but the best info I can see on PS5, production cost is about $450. Price is about that same amount now. Final Fantasy XIV and on PS4 for that seems questionable. I agree. The reason why I said it could be the case that they would do it is mainly because when, like, have we reached the point where PS5s are numerous enough that the reason why people don't have a PS5 is either because they don't want one or because they can't afford one. Whereas a while ago, it was because there are none. And yet it is pricey. Exactly. When did Final Fantasy XIV stop like phase out support for PS3? Does anyone remember? Leah says that's my conspiracy theory for why Viera and Hrothgar can't wear hats. They'd have hilariously god-awful hair clipping. I mean, I believe part of the reason is their ears and their weird, like their unusual head shapes. 2017, 11 years after PS3 came out. That is a good point, Bimo. That's a very good point. So it would actually make sense. It would make sense for them to phase it out. PS4 released last year, didn't it? I am quite shocked, given that PS4 is still like the standard console that a lot of people have, right? That it is 11 years old. When did the Nintendo Switch come out? 2017. Last week. It's as good as yesterday. I'm pretty sure it came out yesterday. What do you mean 7 years ago? The Switch is pretty new, right? I mean, the original Switch is apparently 7 years ago. Insane. Guy rapidly aging chat. Right. I'll be right back, and then I guess we'll continue. Maybe we'll look at some clips. Or maybe we'll talk more about console releases that make us really old. In the meantime, humanity restored. Alright, I'm back. By the time the stream is done, we all collectively go to the retirement home. The last Pokemon game. The last Pokemon game I got that is like a mainline Pokemon game was Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. And the key here is mainline, because the last Pokemon game I got was what's the mystery dungeon game called for the Switch? Which is explicitly not made by Game Freak. Ajibuster says Platinum was my first Pokemon game. Oh, so we never played the same Pokemon game. Wow. It was kind of like a remake. Nope, Caetsu, I'm talking about Mystery Dungeon. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. It's kind of like it's kind of like a remake of Red and Blue Rescue Team, but it also has 4th generation Pokemon evolutions in it and stuff like that. I think it might also have the physical and special split. Yeah, they were kind of like remakes in a way, yes. And no, Caetsu, actual Pokemon Diamond and Pearl for the Nintendo DS. Yeah, something like that, Gabriel. I also still have my copy of Diamond and Pearl. The award-winning 4th generation expansion. I can say that I have enjoyed, it's called Radical Red. As a, I believe it's a Pokemon mod that is specifically designed to be extremely hard. That's really fun. It's not, it's designed to be extremely hard in a competitive way. Not to be confused with, I believe it's called Emerald Kaiser, which is designed to be extremely hard in an extremely unfair way. The award-winning expansion Heaven's Ward with no restrictions on playtime? Yeah. Only restrictions on how much money you can have in it. Dun 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 dun. How many friends you can make, and your free company, and like a lot of social interactions actually, and market board, and you can't have a bank. So I hope you can carry all of your stuff. These and those, no parties. Well, only if you get invited. You're like a vampire. You can only join parties if they invite you in first. Right. What kind of clips do I even have? We have some from Gyasel, Zarf, Kylan. And Cyanide. More from Gyasel and also something from Yak. Yeah, Oscar, the way that it usually works is that if you put you put a clip you either have recorded yourself or you in some capacity know that the owner of the clip or video is okay with me checking out. You accept funny fails? Sure. Sure. I actually have, if you check the room itself, you can actually see that there is like, if you click in the pins, there's like some guidelines. The important part is that you are allowed to share it. Like that is the most important aspect, is that I kind of need confirmation that whoever owns the video or the clip has said okay. Otherwise, I don't feel very comfortable just reacting to someone else's video. Mainly because I know some people don't want that. And I totally understand that. Some people don't care at all. But they can just say yes. What if I put a clip of my cat sleeping? Would that get reviewed here? Maybe. Maybe. Hey, Gleaming. Hope you're doing well. Oh, wow. There's 2 Tonberries. Blood or Crip? I don't know what this means. You should review the EP cat. There's an even bigger one now. The answer to that is possibly Archibuster. But the important part is that I don't want to review something where I don't know if the person is okay with me doing that. I also generally try to make sure that I'm reviewing it when the person is actually in the chat. Mankind. People just dying in the background. What's happening? There's just total chaos whenever I look away. Which has meant that there has been times where people have posted a clip and then we just never got around to it. With that said, I do believe I have seen Cyanide is here, and Gazel is here, and Zarf is here. I don't know if Yek might still be here. So we can take it one at a time. One that I think would be very interesting is that now that's peculiar. For a moment, the overlay was ahead of the live chat. How? An interesting thing that Gazel has here is, like, this is something that I actually talk about most streams where we land in Labyrinth of the Ancients on, like, dailies. That whenever we pull the dragon, I highlight the fact that it can be done without pulling it to Narnia. And it often either, like, just ends there or, like, blows into a longer discussion, because the thing is that the people that pull the dragon to Narnia often do so for a reason. And here's the thing. On the JP data centers, they don't do that. Now you might be wondering, well, how do you know that? Well, I don't. But Gazel knows that. And this is Gazel's main on, well, in the JP region. Which I believe is also here. Right there. That's actually the person is the big Tonberry. But it's rare. It to my knowledge, it gets less consistent what is the prevailing strat depending on where you are. But in JP, they keep it in the middle. How do they do that? Gazel decided to record it. I suppose we can go through this real quick. I have sped up the footage. And there's nothing wrong with your headphones or your speakers. Gazel usually doesn't record audio. I don't know if there's any, like, difference between light or chaos in this regard. I just know that it happens a lot that it gets dragged to Narnia. And the thing is, if there's a like just a few players that try to drag it to Narnia, they will act like you're threatening, like, actual, like, death upon them when you suggest that it might be okay to keep the dragon in the center. Like, they will actually act like you're the worst human being on the planet for suggesting keeping the dragon in the center. I'm surprised that the dragon isn't pushed to the, like, pulled to the edge of the center there, but this works. But the key here, and this is also what you can see how they deal with, they deal with the skeletons. Let me just get this again. Is that because everyone's hanging around near the middle of the room, everyone can hit the skeletons. They don't really have to do much about them, but they get killed off the moment the dragon is down, and because everyone's in the middle, when the skeletons stand up, we talked about this on a recent stream, they go, "Nyah!" And then you kill them before they actually go, right, the dragon, and then just like run like at the dragon. Because they have like 2 to 5 seconds where they do nothing when they stand up, if you're there, if you're literally right there, you can just kill them. You can just kill them before they do anything. Kybervirus moment. And yeah, exactly, Oscar. That one is as well is incredible. Interestingly, well, not so surprising, but that video about YPYT is one of my most disliked videos. You can probably imagine who disliked them. The people that watched it and went, "But wait a minute, that's me!" Well, those that went, "That's me, and I think I'm in the right, so obviously you're the idiot." Dislike, and then post some super aggressive post where they like show off themselves as the good guy, right? That is actually a really good point. The bro just press provoke is really, really funny. Like, relax, sit down, and click provoke. Yeah, kind of, kids. I believe it's close to the same. And also, the important thing is that it's still way more liked than disliked, so I'm fine. Still hurts with a mean comment, though. And exactly, Warcraft Traveler. Even if a few of the skeletons actually made it through... Oh no, 1, 2! Was that 2 or 3? But that's still way more manageable than, like, 5. Casual tank players molding when they have to tank enemies. Yeah. I didn't plan to tank those. The important part, Jitsu, is that here's a tip, everyone. Here's a really important tip. If you open a video on YouTube and you don't like it, you can dislike it if you want to. But commenting on it actually gives it a huge amount of traction. Like, it gives it way more. So, like, if you don't actually like it, genuinely, then the best you can do is don't, like, stop interacting with it. Don't watch the video to the end. And optimally, don't even like or dislike it. Don't do anything. The instant you go, I don't like this video, I don't want to see anymore, then stop watching. Because the algorithm tracks you clicked on the video, how much you watched of the video, did you like the video, did you comment on the video. Like, every single part of this matters. So if you don't like a video, don't do that. Don't do that. But the white mage will have to cast a single Medica 2 during downtime. Oh no. Well, the funny thing there, Nera, is that the pull the dragon to Narnia strategy actually relies on the healers spamming AoE heals. Hey, I don't like this stream, Mr. YouTube. No. Because Magi says, the thing I don't get about YPYT people is, are they going to just not AoE anymore when the DPS drags them off back to the pack? Yes. Actually, yes. And that's the important thing to understand here, look at the Magi, is that YPYT, for those that don't know, that is you pull, you tank, is not about like being like, I don't want to go and pick up the mobs for you. It's not about being optimal. It's about punishment. It's about punishing the DPS who have the audacity to pull for you. That's it. That's why I specifically use the word vigilante justice in the video, or something to that effect. Is that instead of just, you know, going, can you not do that? And, you know, leave a paper trail of conversation where you ask them to not do it and then report them after the duty. you choose to punish them directly by not doing your job, apparently. Good job. And I do agree on that one, Gleaming. There is, like, the thing is, and this is something that some people didn't understand when they watched that video, and some people, like, just stopped watching too soon for me to actually explain it in the video, is that there's a difference between YPYT and having a DPS or a healer in your group that keeps pulling in a way that causes the group to die. Or, and there's also the difference that if the tank goes, I'm new, is it okay if we pull less? Or I don't feel super confident in this dungeon, can we pull less? Then there's a reason to pull less. The problem with YPYT is people getting mad that someone expects you to pull more when you have no reason to pull less. That's the story, that's the problem. That is why it becomes a problem, is specifically when there's people that have a god complex, essentially. But it's particularly, to take the example that Lucatamaji came with, what the tank would do in the YPYT example is they would go out of their way to make sure the person who ninja pulled for them dies. Whatever it takes. As in, they will not pull the mobs off them. And if the DPS pulls the mobs into the blob, then the tank will just single target to avoid pulling them. If the DPS is surviving because the healer's keeping them alive, then there is a possibility for the most egregious examples that they'll let the healer die, if that's what it takes to punish this ninja. Bro, respect me, I clicked on the blue roll before queuing. I'm in charge. You know, see, that is actually the thing, is that I'm pretty sure in that video that I highlighted that for the most part, the reason why YPYT is such a big problem is because the vast majority of ninja pulls are by accident. Like, sometimes the caster or the ranged accidentally shoots at the boss 1 split second sooner than the tank, or maybe it's in a dungeon and you're just running and the DPS just goes, well, we're going, right? And then they just go for it. And sometimes that can be mildly annoying for the tank, but that's it. Like, is that a problem? Does it really matter? Not really, right? And sometimes you have DPS in your group who does this to such a degree that they will always leave, like running towards the next pack before everyone else, and they'll be ready. Oh, maybe it's like I'm imagining a red mage. I don't know why I picture a red mage when I see this. It's not nothing against red mages. It's just specifically for some reason I imagine a red mage. So they're casting their spell before the tank is even remotely close. They'll do it on the trash. They'll do it on the boss. They don't care, because as far as they're concerned, the dungeon is finishing faster because they pulled the boss faster or the trash faster and did more damage quicker. And they're right, potentially, if we assume that the mobs don't get scattered all across the room the moment that the healer casts a healing spell on the red mage. So, like, it's a long story. It's a really, really long... It's a complicated conversation. Prep Suiton. It's a complicated conversation because most of the time, it's not intentionally malicious. And that's why I made that video basically going, ninja pulling intentionally and maliciously is not okay. But there's a lot... But... tanks that do YPYT is also not okay. And healers refusing to heal because someone does something they don't like is also not okay. But there are a lot of exceptions to this. And there's a difference between doing one of these things maliciously and doing them for a reason. Like, sometimes, and I do include this example, maybe you have to let the DPS die. Like, maybe the DPS pulls more than the group can actually handle. So you go, I can't save us all. I just need to let that DPS die. Then we might be able to clear this pack before they come for us. Or maybe we're lucky and the rest of us didn't enter combat with them. And we might be able to go on. And that's not YPYT. That's... I'm trying to protect the group and you're an idiot. Like, that's not YPYT. Nero said the same thing. That is not YPYT. And that is the funny thing, is that a lot of the people that got really mad at that video, most of the examples they presented were either obviously YPYT or examples where I'm like, yes, did you watch the rest of the video? I agree with you. That is the funniest part. I've had people leave comments on it where like they say something that I literally said 5 minutes later in the video. And I say that and they're like, I wouldn't watch this entire video when it says these stupid things. Like, you wouldn't think they were stupid if you watched the entire thing. I would do the same, Zach. Who was it that said, as a healer, I see it as a challenge? Same. I think it's fun when things go wrong in a dungeon. Most of the time. I think it's fun. Specifically because something new is happening. And actually, speaking of which, Darth, that is actually a funny thing. I'll get back to clips in a moment, by the way. That's the funny thing, is that in like 99% of my duties, and remember, 85% of statistics are made up, there was no need for an invuln. So it makes it really funny when I see people be like, well, if you're not planning to use your invuln in a dungeon, you're wasting resources. And I'm sitting there like, by you making use of Holmgang, you're doing so to avoid having to use Reprisal, Arm's Length, and Rampart. So which one is actually wasting resources here? You know? That's part of the reason why I most of the time don't plan to use an invuln. Because in most duties, I don't need it. So I can have it in case I do. Enjoy your food, Han. Even in big pulls. I seem to recall when when we did Mount Gold to level Dark Knight, I was undergeared as Dark Knight. We did the Giga pull at the start of the dungeon, and last I checked, I don't believe we needed Living Dead. I'm pretty sure we didn't need Living Dead. Maybe our healer healed a little bit more than was otherwise necessary, but I didn't need Living Dead for that Giga pull. By which I mean I didn't go so low that that there was any reason to press it. But I could have planned to use it. My point is, I'm not saying don't plan your invulns. I'm saying exactly what I've said in my mistakes X roll makes. If you completed the duty, then you did fine. So is it a problem? Yeah, exactly, Nera. Using invulns is a nice optimization, but the key here is if you didn't need it, as in what I mean is, if the healer's already keeping you alive just fine without losing any GCDs of their own, and you're not using your invuln, then using your invuln is not going to change anything. That's what I'm getting at, is that if you're already surviving with using the cooldowns that you have at your disposal without invuln, and your healer isn't losing any DPS as a result, then using an invuln changes nothing. The only thing it changes is if your healer isn't acquainted with seeing invulns being used like that, it just makes them lose 5 years of their life out of stress of seeing you drop so low before you use Holmgang. I was gonna say, it's funny, I had a healer in Gubal the other day who, after I invulned in the last pack, this paladin, and I announced in advance, said, I have never seen that before. I'm supposed to let you drop, right? I mean, that is a good reaction from them. I will say, though, that that is a really hard answer, because the answer is both yes and no. If you say you're going to use Hallowed Ground as a paladin, you can wait until you're near death and then use Hallowed Ground so that the healer has plenty of time to, like, just casually bring you back up. But you don't have to. A pretty funny one that I had that I saw yesterday was, a lot of you might remember the Shisui of the Violet Tides Gigapull after the first boss. I had a Dark Knight tank. And we did it. No one died. But the funny thing that happened is that they dropped so low that I was standing there as the healer wondering why they were not using Living Dead. What they did do, which I thought was really, really cool, was they started kiting. As in, they started running a little bit in circles. If you've seen any of my solo challenge streams, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They ran away a little bit. Just a little bit. I've done that on Small Kai as well. The trick is, if you're near death, just taking a big step away from the pack can delay the attacks of all the mobs in the pack by like a second. And sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes that's all you need. You can also just, keep running. That's also an option. But just running away a little bit means that you don't, like, take the pack away to Narnia with you. You're just taking a step away to delay the attacks a second. And they didn't need Living Dead, I suppose. But, I mean, they did drop to, like, 10% HP at some point. Now, what do we do next? Yeah, did I say hi to Kylan? I think I did. Either way, I hope you're doing well. The funny thing with Dark Knight Invuln is it is so hard to use well. Oh, let me see here. Did I write some notes on this? Zav landed in Ravana Extreme. In Mental Roulette. I don't even know what the tactics are for Thokastok Extreme. I have no idea. Well, given that it's 5 minutes, it looks like you got it first try. Which is impressive, because I've actually wiped on normal Ravana, I'm pretty sure. Oh boy. So, this is a slightly advanced version of the mechanic that happens on normal. I just wanted to highlight this because of how many reactions that happened as a result. usually he does either front and back or sides. If you hit him from the angles that he has protected, then it hurts you a lot. You're supposed to go over here. I'm actually honestly not entirely sure what the main tank is supposed to do about it if, like, their side is protected, because Ravana usually just turns. Mute the sweeping. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, like, usually what I do is I just stop attacking. It doesn't turn during directional parry, I thought. I don't actually know. I don't queue as tank in Trial Roulette that often, and it's quite rare that I get Ravana in the first place. So when I get Ravana, I'm like, I just mainly like see the front and back directional parry, and I'm like, well, I hope the main tank isn't attacking now, because it's going to hurt. Nia says he does turn. Oh, well, yeah, in that case, you just have to not attack. Like, just turn off auto attack, pyretic style. And this is what I see. It didn't do that much damage, but I guess people had barriers. It slows your attack speed, but it can be removed with the Suna. That's always fun. Healers adjust. I wanted to attack the directional parry. That's the same as on normal. That's the same as on normal. That's mostly the same as... That's not the same as on normal. That's close. So far, what I noticed is that the punishment for attacking the directional parry is higher, and there's slightly more going on in that first bit where he leaves. He's already at 53%. Are you sure this is synced? Ravana's just the ultimate glass cannon. That's the same as on normal. That's not the same. Well, one person... 3 people fell before him for that. That is an interesting mechanic. Wait, what is that buff? Oh, directional parry again. Go to the tank style. That's fun. And then more directional parry. I like to imagine the person who made this encounter on Extreme was like, heh, I have a feeling which mechanic people will hate the most. And I think it's interesting. Something like directional parry requires you to act in a specific way to deal with it. Like, it's a proactive mechanic. There's someone that said something about being proactive earlier in the stream. Though I can't remember the context now. I think that is really interesting. That is something you actually see a lot more, I feel like, with A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, like normal content. Right, in regards to Black Mage rotation, that is true. It was that Firestarter is reactive instead of proactive. Rejoice in the glory of combat! Oh wow, there's way less wall to fall back on Extreme, huh? Double kill! Good thing that the tank knew, I guess. Orbs! It is funny with extremes from a given expansion is that they often have no item level restrictions. So it's just, as you say, 270 versus 175. Which actually, I mean, that was quite sudden. But that is actually a quite interesting thing that I noticed like the other day is that content turns out, I don't know if this is universally applicable, but it turns out that content that does not actually have a listed maximum item level, like they have a maximum item level, right? For example, we have a Thugger's Dog Extreme here. It says minimum is 175, which means anything above that is fine. If you go into this duty, your gear will be synced to 270 because that is the gear that a level 60 player is supposed to have. But, and that's a big but, if you have a Heavensward relic weapon, you know, a 275 relic weapon, or, you know, a 275 weapon from Alexander, if you wear that, it will still be 275. Because it's a level 60 weapon. So it does not get synced down. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? As in, gear gets synced down to the highest accepted item level for a given level. But if you have a legitimate item for that level, then it does not get synced down because, I mean, it's a legit item. So, like, it qualifies. For some reason, the sync is just 270 for level 60. The way I noticed this was I was looking into something in regards to item level sync, and I went into Packletan, which should presumably sync your gear to 530. But my Shadowbringer's relic weapon, or rather, I was assuming that it would sync you to 535 actually, but my Shadowbringer's relic weapon had more crit than my Endwalker relic weapon. Because the Shadowbringer's one was allowed to stay 535, whereas the Endwalker one got yoinked down to 530. There's also the part that it doesn't make that much of a difference. I'm pretty sure 530 weapon also has our 106 physical damage, so like it's like 3 points of crit. Indeed, Leah. There's also the part that when you have a Shadowbringer's relic, you can just max out more stats as you sink down to a Stormblood ultimate, for example. I mean, that is interesting. I'm a bit on the one hand, I'm a bit surprised that Ravana Extreme went that smoothly. On the other hand, it seemed like Ravana is of like the school of extremes where the extreme encounter is essentially the normal encounter, just with a slight twist here and there. Leah says, I do wonder how they sync down relic weapons. The Endwalker relic weapon got synced down to 530. I know this because I used a test. You might notice I had these in my inventory. I used a test with this weapon and my warrior Endwalker weapon, and the stat difference on the crit stat specifically was 3, and a 530 weapon for warrior would have at most 207 points in a stat, whereas a 535 can have 210, including the relic weapon. It's just that the relic weapon has more stats in total to work with. So an Endwalker relic weapon would get synced down to 530. It's just that it's like 3 points of crit. So yeah, it's weird. The most weird part is the Stormblood relic weapons, where they randomly roll their stats, which supposedly means that you could have like a relic weapon with all crit on it. If you get synced down with that, then it gets the same imposed stat limitations as a normal weapon. But if it's not synced down, then it's a legitimate weapon and it gets to have the stats as it is. Really strange. Really strange. At least as far as I know. And that is well done, Zav. You also have Kylan, who did P9S as Red Mage. I don't know how much I can say on this, given that I haven't beaten this fight, but we can watch it. If Kylan is here. Kylan is here. And the worst that can happen, like, you can always ask. You could, like, I mean, I don't know which region you're in, but you could always try and ask the community if there's anyone that wants to do some extremes with you. You can always try. Kylan says, I learned the other day that if you're racing someone and someone else is racing, it tells you which number next to your party finder that they're racing. Yeah, that's true. I believe a few patches ago they added that if someone is targeting another party member, it shows you the player number in the party list, so you can see who they're targeting, like, at a glance. I still have this tendency to, like, if I want to rest someone, I target the person who's already hard casting a race to see who they're resing. I still do that. Wasn't Cole doing extremes for beginners in NA? I do believe Cole was trying to coordinate something. I don't know how many people signed up for that. But yeah, if you like stand at attention for that, then maybe they can get the group together. Right. Let me see here. Helen said, this is a run of P9S I did the other day. A while ago, I guess. One of the cleanest runs I've had. I played as Red Mage, drifted my buff window, also working on lining up my OGSD better with raid buffs. Well, there are some OGSDs where you just can't do anything about it, like Flash and Contra 6 are just happening when they happen. Right, I have fair enough. You don't want to hear it. I have watched like 1 or 2 clears of this. Archibos, right? Oh yeah, that's true. This is you, Archibos, isn't it? Eat, fight, eat, fight. Do you remember the days of only having 6 save slots for markers? Alright, Ajibos, we're talking about Kokutos. That must be you. Given that he says... I would probably had said you should do the opener slightly different, but one step at a time. I don't know if you're doing it like that for a specific reason, but I can just say that I would probably use acceleration and swiftcast here, and use their thunder twice. That would make your buffs align better with raid buffs under normal circumstances. Now, with that said, I don't know what the rest of the group does, so let's take it from there, right? The dancer is currently in the process of setting up technical step. The ninja has already set up mug. They actually just set it up. That's around when you'd normally expect it. Now you have technical finish. This is around when, like if you had done acceleration into the thunder, then done emboldened magnification and gone in, then this would have aligned more naturally. It's a small damage difference, and it's not the most important thing, but you specifically mentioned in the post you made that you were looking at drifting your raid buff. I believe I demonstrate the opener with a double the thunder in my Red Mage short, and also in my Red Mage level 51 to 90 guide if you need it. And exactly as Leah says, specifically doing acceleration swiftcast the thunder. So you go, you hard cast the thunder the arrow, or the arrow the thunder, and then you do acceleration swiftcast the thunder, or the arrow. The reason why you do twice of the same one is, as Leah says, that way your mana is unbalanced, and you will be able to guarantee a proc later. So that is also a factor. One thing that is worth noting is that you did postpone things like Flesh and Contra Sixt until, other buffs were up. Like that is something. Do you need that core for later? Let's see. You could have... Oh, Flesh. That drifted a little bit. A little bit. But that's a big part of optimization. This is again... you should probably have made sure... And see, the thing is... I'm assuming this is a clear. So, can't really say you failed, right? You did well enough. That's what we talked about. Mistakes that are okay, right? Acceleration into the 5 arrow. Wait, when did that happen? Oh yeah, that's a little strange. What actually happens if you do that? Yeah, you don't want to do that. It's an interesting idea, but I think you messed yourself up by doing that. I'm guessing you're focused on some other thing, so that's why it messed up. The thing that made me curious is what happens with dual cast. But yeah, what happens here is that if we run it back here, is you used acceleration, then you cast the fire. That does not spend acceleration, because acceleration only activates on the arrow, the thunder, and impact. Then you use the arrow, which spends acceleration. Then you use acceleration again. You still have dual cast, don't you? Where are your buffs? There. Dual cast is still here. Now you're casting for stone. Which of course spent dual cast. You still have acceleration. Now you have dual cast and acceleration, so you use the arrow. And you have dual cast, then you use the stone again. You don't want to do that. So my tip here is when you use acceleration, when you click acceleration, your next GCD should be the arrow or the thunder. The fact that acceleration is not spent by jolt, the fire, the stone is not relevant. What matters is that you're using acceleration right now. So you spend it now. It makes it less confusing. That was a good catch, Lee. I didn't even notice. I didn't notice. I was like, when is acceleration being used? And then I noticed that it was spent completely. One thing you can use acceleration for is that you don't have to spend both charges immediately. The fact that it can have 2 charges means that you can use one and like hold the next one for utility reasons. By which I mean, one of the biggest details in maximizing the damage of a red mage is making sure that Flesh in Contra 6 comes out precisely on cooldown. Which means that a huge part of optimizing your damage as a red mage is keeping track of the cooldown of Flesh in Contra 6. Right now, you can see they're actually aligned in the way that Flesh is right now 3 GCDs, approximately 3 GCDs away, right? And Contra 6 is 7. So you're using Jolt. Then you use the arrow. It looks just about right, doesn't it? But then you used instant the stone. Which means you can't use Flesh. If you'd cast the stone, like just cast it normally, then Flesh would have come up right as the stone was finished casting. You just weave Flesh and only lost like a few frames, maybe. And that would have been close enough. Oscar says, do you need to pause to stop them drifting? I talk about this in my Red Mage guides. I call it GCD displacement. Your melee combo from start to finish takes approximate, if we assume there's 0 spell speed, right? 0, and also 0 skill speed for the pedantic ones in the crowd, of course. If we assume there's 0 speed involved, then your melee your full melee combo with the magic burst takes 5.2 seconds here and then 7.5 seconds, so 12.7 seconds in total. The 0.7 is not the important part. The important part is that's approximately 5 GCDs. And because it's 5 GCDs, that is an odd number. And all cooldowns in the game, for some reason, by default, have a cooldown of a multiple of 5 seconds. So the fact that your melee combo is 5 GCDs long means that when you use it, then it obviously means that now your Flesh and Contra 6 are off by 1, right? Because you want to use them on an even, like you have to use them on an even number. So the best way you can go about that is if you use Flesh and Contra 6 in the middle of your melee combo, then you can completely bypass this problem in the first place. Or you can use things like Swiftcast and Acceleration to displace your GCD by 1. So like you can go, oh, Flesh is coming up in the next GCD. acceleration, and now your next GCD is instant, so you can weave Flesh in that GCD instead of it standing ready while you're casting Jolt. That's the general idea. The importance being making sure that you use them on cooldown. And Archibuster mentions Reprise. You shouldn't need to use Reprise a single time in an encounter that you have optimized. You shouldn't need to. Kids, it says fish. No, flesh. Right, we are like less than a minute into the fight. But yeah. The important thing here, Kylan, is that this is like optimization stuff. This is optimization stuff. The important part is you're using Flesh and Contra 6 as close to on cooldown as you can. If you're still learning a fight, if you're still not fully acquainted with it, then that's not like the most important thing to focus on. Like, I could imagine looking at the boss is more important. But yeah, my thing that I think would help you is in your opener, the Air of the Thunder, fine. Acceleration, Swift Cast, and then double the Thunder. And then you do as you did previously, you know, Embolden, Magnification, melee combo. But just, you know, 2 of the Thunders in there. That way, you don't... You have more things on cooldown. The reason why you go Acceleration, Swift Cast, the Thunder is both because you can have both. But also because now they're both on cooldown. Now you're not wasting them by them sitting ready. And now that you've done double the Thunder, you can use the Holy and guarantee you get a Stone proc. And beyond that, if you use Acceleration, your next spell is a long spell. I think that would help you a lot already. And then you can focus on like the Flesh and Contra 6 optimization stuff later. I guess. I think it would also help you if you had keybound Flesh and Contra 6. That would probably also help you. And here, that was where I stopped before. Your mana is equal. So you were lucky that you got the fire proc. I don't know if Reprise is worse than Drifting Flesh, but I'm pretty sure it's not better at least. Lightning! Blam! Yeah, it's happening again. I'm just highlighting it because I'm guessing I'm not the only one watching this. I really do think that doing the acceleration long cast spell immediately will help you a lot, because I think you're confusing yourself by doing this. And you have a equally balanced mana again. Cole mentions as a caster position between the inner and outer circles, so you can slide cast depending on in and out. That is a very good point. I suppose as a red mage, because you get like massive bursts of mobility like this, it feels a little less necessary to slide cast, but it is still a good tip. Colin says it happens more throughout it. Fine, I just wanted to mention that I see that it's still happening, but let's just remember, Kylan has heard it. They know, they know we saw it, and then we focus on the rest now. So this is one of the awkward parts about Red Mage, is that Magnification comes up slightly before raid buffs, so you might feel compelled to do Magnification first. You don't. It's fine. I think this is good. You should use Contra 6 though. Contra 6. And Flesh. And Flesh. A key thing to also keep in mind, I don't know if you're intentionally delaying this, but Flesh and Contra 6 should come out on cooldown. And like after the opener, like the opener you can delay a bit to fit it in raid buffs and stuff, but after the opener, it's just on cooldown. Like, each GCD you delay them is painful. You don't want to do that. And yeah, exactly. Flesh is insanely high damage for an OGCD that is available that often. It's absolutely insane. And I would also say, and I'm sure you've also noted this yourself already, that it would be good if you make sure to like make a point of keeping your mana more unbalanced, because you're very good at actually keeping them balanced. I'm actually not sure how you manage that. If I had watched this clip and this was my introduction to Red Mage, I would have assumed there was a damage bonus associated with having them equally balanced for the melee combo. And I don't think I could do it this consistently. But I do think it would help you a lot to like make a point of keeping one of the mana types like extra far ahead sometimes to make sure you don't make this mistake for a bit. You could do that. You don't have to follow this advice. It's just a suggestion to like prevent yourself from making this mistake. The alternative is, of course, watching your mana more and making sure your manas are uneven when you start a melee combo. Eight. You were casting Jolt while you had the Fire and the Stone. You don't want to do that either. Like, if you have the Fire or the Stone, then you don't cast Jolt at all. Also, I just want to mention that raid buffs. I just want to mention that I think that those voice lines they made really do some heavy lifting. It's okay, Kylan. Like, I'm just highlighting the things that you could do different, specifically so that you know for the future. Of course, you're probably focused on the boss fight one. This is actually the exact thing I was talking about earlier when I said I'm not playing as well when I'm streaming, because my attention is divided between playing the game and being funny. Here, your attention is split between playing Red Mage well and not dying, which of course also takes a lot of concentration. One thing at a time, right? Dad says, I might have misunderstood, but which trait or ability unbalanced mana being better for procs? The fire and, well, the thunder and the arrow specifically says 50%, right? The flare says 20% chance of becoming the fire ready. Chance to become the fire ready increases to 100% if white mana is higher than black mana at time of execution. The Holy says the opposite. That is the only reason why you care about having them unbalanced. Because it's a guaranteed proc versus a rare proc. In fact, I did notice that the first time in this P9S pull that Kylan did it, they got the lucky proc. Funny stream optimization over raid optimization. Yeah, exactly. And it's also the reason why if I was Savage raiding, I would play like a job that I find really easy to play. Which is why if you go back far enough on the channel, you'll find me attempting P5S as Summoner. And I've also done I've attempted extremes as warrior on stream. Leah says the reason why modification is 110 second cooldown is that you can press your embolden, do a melee combo with 50 mana, and then press modification for the second melee combo, and it will still line up. Oh, okay, yeah, I was like, but wouldn't that be more helpful if embolden had the shorter cooldown? But I see what you mean now. It's that you could do modification in the middle of embolden, and modification would still be available exactly when you want it. Also, Cole mentioned that you could maybe use your magic barrier before true archaic demolish. I see. Cannon says I'm about to mess up. How? Where? What? Watch closely, everyone. Where's the mess up? Are you failing the mechanic or are you failing your rotation? Oh, there it is again. You probably wanted to use Magic Barrier after the Thunder there, but sometimes defense takes priority. Is this it? Nice gap close with the Korra core. Insta-cast Jolt. I don't know for oh, wait a minute. I'm seeing a mistake happening here. Have you... Kylan, I'm just asking a little bit in advance. Have you scheduled a lucid dreaming? Like, in your near future? Like, is that in the cards somewhere? Because it looks like this might become a problem soon. Hey, Nikolaus. Hope you're doing well. 14 people on the third boss. The third boss. That's Haloni, right? Wow. But yeah, it would help immensely if, like, I think the biggest thing that would make your rotation feel a lot more clean is if you just make sure that you use acceleration into your long casts, as we talked about before. The Tetrapagos. Oh yeah, that one is was quite mean for the newer player, for the more casual players, I think. Oh, it's raid buff time. Should have used the holy there. But you're fine. Is lucid dreaming coming? Lucid dreaming? Hello? Is lucid dreaming? I mean, the boss is almost dead. This might not actually be a problem. You could do a melee combo. Oh yes, melee combo. Although, uh-oh. Oh my god. That's amazing! That's amazing! Finish the boss on like 0 MP. Who needs lucid dreaming anyway? Nailed it! Although Although, should probably had used lucid dreaming at some point in that fight. And it probably had been a good idea. That's really funny. Incredible. And I think that is like, I think the important thing to also consider here is that how long is there until, how long was there until Enrage? I think it was like plenty of time, right? And what I mean by why this is a good thing is that some people that watched here, I'm pretty sure, are very afraid of hard content like this, because it feels like when we talk about this stuff that you have to be perfect. You can't make mistakes. And I know that there are probably people that don't savage raid and don't do extremes, that are afraid that it's too hard, that might not make like the mistakes that you made, Kylan. They might make different mistakes, right? But they wouldn't make that mistake. So they might look at this and go, oh, phew, I could do that, right? That's not downplaying your ability, Kylan. That is more to say, seeing someone who's clearly not like doing things perfectly and making some obvious mistakes, and like you realize you're making mistakes, others are making mistakes. But it's fine. Like Cole says, there was probably over 2 minutes left. This wasn't even close. So this might be a good thing, right? Nia says, you cannot make mistakes, only if your minimum item will know echo and content stuff, or are doing week 1. Exactly, and this is also pretty much what I say, is that the content is balanced to be doable in, like, the starting crafted set. So if you have anything beyond that, then you have an advantage. And the advantage gives you the ability to play more loosely. So I think this is really good. As in, I hope you learned something from this, Kylan. And I hope some people that watched along realized that maybe Savage isn't that as scary as it looks. Or as it sounds. 60% uptime. How? Like, did they, like, intentionally do that? That's awesome, Nera. Congratulations, by the way. You see, there was a few comments earlier. Girihin says, I know Devour was kind of the big mechanic of P5S, but I definitely remember Ruby Glow stuff more. Then again, that's definitely was because there was just more Ruby Glow related things going on. When I was in on P5S, and you can watch the streams on the channel, they're up as VODs, right? I was in a summoner. I found Devour really hard, but that was partly because I, as I said, split attention, right? So I had a hard time because I wasn't used to streaming hard content while doing it. And also I needed some time to learn it. I think I eventually got it. But the Ruby Glow stuff... Oh yeah, just, spot the flashes of light of crystals in the exact order they spawn. By the way, you have to see these yellow crystals through, like, a red hue. And by the way, if you cast Titan right now... Oh, that's the next thing in your rotation, you say. There's going to be a massive yellow pillar across the entire thing. So you can't see anything. That was the first time I played Final Fantasy XIV with my own effects off. And it was so confusing because I'm used to hearing the sound and seeing the effect of my attacks. And they were just gone. It was really, really confusing. Gazel says, if you are clicking your actions, you might want to change the settings so that tooltips appear in a set area, not following your mouse. And that is actually a really good point. You might also have seen that I did this a while back when I made my video on UI settings. In the specific part of the video where I where I tested where I demonstrated like full clicker and also half C's clicker. I made it so that my tooltips were over on the right instead of exactly where I'm pointing. Does anyone remember where this setting is? Blom, 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 blom. Does anyone know where it is? I can't remember. Not very helpful tip if I can't even direct you to it, is it? HUD. Custom. UI general. I'm pretty sure I'm looking at it. Oh, there it is. Wait, what? Huh? What's the difference? Huh? Fixed reverse made it go left. It's right now. Do this. Oh, now it works. Oh, like that. Okay, weird. Anyway, the point is, you could try this, Kylan, if you like to press some of your actions with your mouse. That would make it so that they don't like, the tooltips don't like cover your hotbars when you need it. But yeah, my point is that I think seeing something like this is very helpful for some people. Vince says I said that right away because of that very reason. Understandable. I've basically never clicked in Final Fantasy XIV because I already had gone through learning to just keybind everything in World of Warcraft years prior. That's 20 minutes. 20 minutes of duty. That's a really long Malika as well. What happened, Cyanide? What? I don't think we'll do all of the clips, but I'll try and do some of the advice ones here at least. Yes, as I can already see the white mage not do anything. Oh, seeing into the future. There was a lot of death in Malika as well. Really? How? Wow. Interesting combo. I would have just used Tomahawk on the third mob when you were already setting up for that. But that trick is really a lot harder on controller, I've been told. Right? Raw intuition? Yep. Let me just rewind real quick to make sure that I didn't miss anything. By the way, Cyanide's personal buffs are like peeking behind the chat overlay, just for y'all's information. You lead with Vengeance. That is an alternative strategy that I've seen some do. That is to say, I'm not saying it's incorrect. I am saying that if you're lacking defensive cooldowns later, that's the reason. Just saying. Because what's going to happen is, now you have Vengeance, you have to use Raw Intuition now anyway, and now you're using 2 defensive cooldowns. Raw Intuition is basically making, like... On AoE, Raw Intuition is like using Hallowed Ground. Which means that for those 6 seconds, Vengeance just was a DPS cooldown. That's not necessarily bad, but I hold to the fact that if you needed another defensive cooldown later, then you maybe could have had more if you hadn't overlapped Raw Intuition and Vengeance. Who says Vengeance is 4 DPS? The way I would have done this, if we just rewind a little bit, the way I would have done this pull as a warrior is... Here, I would have used Raw Intuition. Now, you might be saying, but wait, you have so little lost HP. That's correct, but only the first GCD of Raw Intuition actually heals you anyway. The other ones, that's the health you lost through it. If you use Raw Intuition earlier, you can use Raw Intuition again earlier. So I would have just used it now. That would also have motivated the White Mage to come on down and do some damage sooner. In practice, in reality, there's a possibility I would use Raw Intuition slightly later, but you could have used it now. If you did, and keep in mind, Vengeance has 15 seconds left right now. Then you could use Vengeance now. All the mobs are still alive, so you're not necessarily losing damage. So let's keep track of, let's see... Technical finish. When that hits for 4 seconds, that's when Vengeance would have ended, right? Everything's still alive. The argument that Vengeance is for DPS, I will agree that the White Mage did stun all of the mobs, but that stun also occurred during some of Vengeance itself anyway. So, on this portion, it's complicated. The reason why I'm highlighting that you could have ordered your cooldown so you did Raw Intuition a little sooner and then use Vengeance is basically just, that's how I would do it. The reason I would do it that way is because that stretches your cooldowns for longer. Once Vengeance ends, Raw Intuition is almost ready again when you do it this way. So if you need it again, you will have it again sooner. But the key here is exactly as Husahu says, Vengeance is for DPS. Some warriors choose to lead with Vengeance, and then they just use Raw Intuition when they need it. Often during Vengeance, which overlaps them, which kind of wastes the defensive value of Vengeance. But if you, the warrior, believes you are so impenetrable of a force and unstoppable that you don't need it, and it turns out you don't, maybe, then that's not a mistake. Like, if you don't need this cooldown later, then you didn't do a mistake. Then you didn't make a mistake, right? Then you pushed damage. I'm just highlighting it because this is a very easy way to, quote unquote, waste a cooldown. And as Nero says, Vengeance will also do slightly less damage if the White Mage is using Holy, which would have happened regardless of which strategy you do. So, like, there's not much you can do. Like, usually I don't really view Vengeance as much of a DPS cooldown because of these kinds of unpredictable situations with a White Mage. Cole says optimizing warrior trash pull mitigation. I mean, Cole, That is how you reach a point where you don't need a healer. By actually optimizing your cooldowns. Because that's the irony of all this. That's the funny thing, is because what I hear from warrior mains is, one, I need to wait until I'm nearly dead before I can use raw intuition. Grr, why does the healer cast cure on me? Because you're nearly dead. And you haven't used bloodwetting yet. They don't know if you're an idiot. No, but I need it because I use Vengeance for damage. If you didn't use Vengeance for damage, then you wouldn't need to hold Raw Intuition or Bloodwetting until you're nearly dead. I don't need to do that. Because I stretch my cooldowns smartly. So that's why I'm saying these things, is because on the one hand you have warriors going, oh, I need to hold my Raw Intuition until I'm nearly dead so I get maximum value. Meanwhile, I don't. Because I use my defensive cooldowns as defensive cooldowns. And I don't have nearly as many problems with healers casting healing spells on me because I don't drop low. I'm not saying that there's necessarily that you can't do it like that, but the reason I do it like this is because if you drop low, then, like, basically, I talked about this in my tank mistake, in my tanks from a healer's perspective video. The warrior that runs in, pulls everything, and doesn't use any cooldowns until they're near dead, and then they use bloodwetting, looks identical to the tank that pulls everything and dies because they didn't use any cooldowns. Right up until the moment when the tank clicks bloodwetting. That's where the difference is. But the healer doesn't know you. So the healer doesn't know that you're not an idiot. So the healer will see that you're dying, and they will start healing you when they deem that they won't be able to save you if they don't. Or they'll let you die and then just go, use defensive cooldowns. But yeah, defensive cooldowns is complicated. Especially like trash pulls, because a lot of people have different opinions on it. Saab says, mostly I just see healers who heal when you've lost 2 to 5% of HP. I don't see those that often on like the day-to-day, but sure, when I did mentor roulettes as a tank, I did see them surprisingly frequently. But yeah. I'm just saying, Cyanide, that what you could do differently here is like, if you feel like you're running low on defensive cooldowns, you might not, you are a warrior, then, you know, make sure that you're using raw intuition and then a defensive cooldown. And if you're having trouble with your healer being scared, then, you know, use raw intuition sooner. It's interesting because the funny thing is that if you dropping super low so you get maximum, you're actually using raw intuition very early, which I think is a good thing. If you drop super low to get maximum value out of raw intuition, you're goading the healer into healing you, and if that healer casts a single cure 2 as a result of you doing that, then you cause the group to lose damage. Who says, I don't go low HP, I use two mitigation at once and no mitigation for boss. Why no mitigation for the boss? Why would you use no mitigation for the boss? Sorry, I have to rewind and check something. Again? So I just noticed it now. Again, I would say use raw intuition first, then Rampart. Then you get more value out of Rampart. Also, plus, you used arm's length. And there's Raw Intuition again, nice. This pull is weirdly difficult for a lot of groups, actually. Like, for some reason, this pack does a lot of damage. Because there's no damage coming in the boss. Well, there is damage, and you could reduce it. The reason why I'm specifically latching onto that is because you can probably imagine that there's a boss coming up that will exactly prove my point. Because this armadillo has a tank buster. And I just want to highlight, here's the tank buster. It's not about, well, I can survive it. Yes, but who's going to heal you? Well, you're going to use Raw Intuition because you're a tank. But because you're a warrior. But sometimes you need more than raw Intuition. I didn't mean to do that. It's a matter of if it's like, if the cooldown's going to be ready again on the trash pack coming up, then why wouldn't you use it? Because you're lazy? So here, 320. Raw Intuition? Let's say you had used Rampart here, right? If you had used Rampart at 320, or 325 even, then it would be ready again in 90 seconds. When is that? Also, this boss seems to be really giving you quite a hard time. Are you seeing those hits? Wham! Wham! Bam! There was a lily. Good thing that we have a white mage with a Afflatus Misery. Also, you did use Vengeance, by the way. That is, that's good. That's damage. Some underlevel gear pieces. Oh, yeah, Cyanide. I just want to point out, I'm mostly highlighting it because there's some people going, well, I don't need any defensive cooldowns on a boss. So I'm just kind of going like, sure. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to highlight here. Because it's not necessarily about can you survive that tank boss. It's about the damage on a larger scale, like in general. You can survive that hit, but what about the next one? Like, if you're soloing this boss, I soloed this boss as a warrior on stream. You need to use defensive cooldowns for those tank busters and those stack markers because they hurt crazy hard, and you need to do that because otherwise your HP won't last. The reason why you can get away with that in a group is because your healer's going to heal you. But wasn't the entire point to make sure that the healer didn't need to heal you? Like, wasn't that the entire premise of being a warrior? Thank you, Nera, by the way. At this moment, if Cyanide had used Rampart on that first tank buster, Rampart would be available again. The boss is at 38-9% or so. You could probably use Rampart again right now, and it would still be available for the next trash pack. Because there's the little like 20-second run. And you wouldn't use it on that trash pack because there's a massive mega pull coming up after that. You're going to use Rampart on that. So you have Rampart. You have 2 Ramparts for this fight. So if you're not using them, you're wasting them. And that's free damage reduction, which is indirectly free healing, which means maybe your healer has to heal a bit less. Although, if the healer didn't cast Regen on you, or Cure 2 on you, then you didn't save very much. But this is the reason why I'm like, it doesn't matter whether you need it. Part of it is also whether you could. Because it would reduce the damage you take more. Zip says, when I did this dungeon earlier, I had a warrior that kept using raw intuition for tank busters like it was TPN. I mean, if you don't have any other defensive, raw intuition is still 10% damage reduction. I suppose that's true, Darth, but wasn't the entire point of having your cooldowns on time to clear the dungeon faster? 613. So there would be like 20 seconds of the cooldown left on Rampart now. If you had used it again immediately, of course. You might not have wanted to do that. But yeah, the point I'm trying to get across is that you can use, like, as long as you're not using like a big defensive cooldown right as the boss is about to die, you will have defensive cooldowns for the trash pack coming up. Even if you use them on the boss fight. So you might as well. Makes you take less damage. But yes, sometimes we go like, well, it doesn't matter, and that's probably true. But there's a difference between going, well, it's fine, and going, don't do it. Why did the White Mage use Medica 2? That is an excellent question. I'm guessing that they wanted... Wait, here? Actually, I have no idea why they would use Medica 2 here. I'm guessing they're setting up all the heal over time effects on Cyanide. Like, I will blankly admit that when I'm just, you know, like, dudding through an expert roulette or something, I don't always get my cooldown out exactly on time. Like, maybe I'll use Bloodwetting and then there will be a few seconds where there's no defensive cooldown once Bloodwetting ends, just because I forgot. That happens. But that's the thing, is that I'm not saying... that's why you can hear me say simultaneously, oh, you should have done this, this would have been perfect, and also go, you don't have to be perfect. It's because if I'm evaluating and saying, what could you do better, then I'm obviously looking at what could you do better, in fact. Now, whether you want or need to do that, that's a different story. Did you wipe? No. Well, then you didn't need to do that, right? It's just you could have done even better. But you don't have to be perfect. That's the key here, is that I'll say you could also do this. You could also do that. And this is also another case of just get this pull from the start, because this is the giga pull from this dungeon. Didn't need to use Rampart there. Good idea to use Raw Intuition there. Did it matter that you used Rampart there? You have Vengeance, right? Nope, that's on cooldown. Maybe it matters. You have Arm's Length? You have Arm's Length, and you also have Shake It Off and Reprisal. You might be fine. You used Shake It Off. That's good. I would probably recommend using one more defensive cooldown here. Looks like you're looking at it. Because I see like the... maybe not. There's Raw Intuition again. That's good. And there's Arm's Length. Nice. And at this point, like, you could use Reprisal. Could use Reprisal. You have Equilibrium. Personally, I like to use Equilibrium a little early so that the healer doesn't feel necessitated to use their cooldowns. Another thing, you could use Onslaught. Okay, that was actually impressive. You could use Onslaught. Uses Onslaught. So, did it matter that you used Rampart a little early? Maybe a little bit. Maybe. But you didn't run out of cooldowns. Ashik says, how would one submit a clip? If you join the community Discord, then there is a clip reviews room where you can submit a clip if you would like. There is also a pinned post in that room where you can see like some guidelines or suggestions. I appreciate it if you like tell me what it is that you want advice on. That helps me give you know, advice on that. Instead of like looking at everything. But yeah, if we're thinking grand scheme of things, I think you were fine because you had a lot of cooldowns, so you using Rampart a little bit early was probably fine. You could have used an additional defensive cooldown for this. It would have been ready for the next pack you would need it for. And that tank buster hurts really much. Like, it's really painful. Here it's a little bit of a shame that you used arm's length on the trash pack, but whatever. Go for it, Ashix. I usually figure out which clips we're looking at before the stream starts. Oh! I mean... if you're really good, you could solo this. I mean, technically you could. Like, if you're a real hero, you might be able to solo this. But you're still leveling the job, so it's perfectly understandable. You might not have like the experience with the job. It would also be awesome if you had some potions for this. Yeah, it says, why do you think that dungeon took 25 minutes? They're about to solo it. Oh yeah, I believe it took me like 60 minutes to solo this dungeon. Here's a tip, by the way. I use this... Has anyone mentioned that Warrior can solo this yet? Here's a tip for raw intuition. I demonstrate, I do this on my solo challenge streams. Uh-oh, reprisal maybe. You could use reprisal. Ow! If you use an attack that inherently is bound to crit with raw intuition, then the heal from raw intuition will also crit. Which means if you use raw intuition into chaotic cyclone, then the heal from raw intuition will also crit. Guaranteed. So what I have done on some of the solo challenge stuff is, for example, stockpile my infuriates and then, you know, use them in raw intuition to get a bigger heal out of it. And that is even when I only have Chaotic Cyclone. Another thing that is really weird with Warrior in this level range is that Chaotic Cyclone, because it's a guaranteed critical direct hit, is nearly as good as Fell Cleave on average. That sounds weird. What does that mean? The fact that Chaotic Cyclone is guaranteed critical direct hit means that its average potency is rather high. Fell Cleave has a chance to crit and direct hit, of course. These chances mean that Fell Cleave usually is better, like on average, but you know how averages work. You would have to do a lot of Fell Cleave to actually get the average. You're forgetting mitigation here. Yeah, you do have Rampart. Stands off, shirks the Reaper. I don't think the Reaper has nearly enough enmity for that to work. But good idea. But yeah, Chaotic Cyclone actually does nearly as much damage. But because of this interaction with Raw Intuition, it's better defensively. than spending your Infuriate Beast gauge on Fell Cleave in this level range. Nicely done. It was a little shaky, but you were one level lower than you're supposed to, and you're maybe a little bit under geared. That's really well done. Nice. Yeah, good job, Cyanide. Very good. Does this happen on the final boss as well? Was it that said they had a run where they wiped on the final boss because the tank didn't get it? As Warcraft Traveler. Yeah, that would be hard. Something that I have often highlighted about the final boss in this dungeon is that the final boss doesn't have a tank buster. It just hits kind of hard. I used to say really hard, but it turns out that it doesn't actually hit that hard. Like, it's not unusually strong. Ashik says I'm using minor plugins to show ping and the orchestrion playing, but nothing else. Is that alright? I mean, I suppose it's okay. Usually I just, like, what often happens is that I go, ha ha, and point it out. If it's particular, or usually I just say ha ha if I see it, but I don't really like put very much attention to it, I should say. But if you already like led with saying that, there's of course nothing for me to talk about. If the music in the clip that is playing is from Final Fantasy XIV, then that's also perfectly fine. And yes, that is correct, Leah. That is exactly what it was like. If the attack itself inherently crits, inner release doesn't make something inherently crit. It just makes it so that your attacks crit. But yeah, that's fine, Ashix. It is partly for your own sake that that there is the stipulations about third-party tools. But it's probably fine. Yeah, the trick is essentially that if you use Chaotic Cyclone, Inner Chaos, or Primal Rend, while Raw Intuition or Bloodwetting is active, then the heals from Bloodwetting or Raw Intuition will also crit. Gold says, what's optimal here? What's optimal here? I usually throw a range attack on those guys to start their wake up and run to the 3 guys further up and start smacking them. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I have had situations, rare, but I have had situations where we did that. Basically, you know, just ran past the first 2 golems and fought the 3 last ones. And the 3 last ones died and we had to go back. Like, we ran the first 2 golems up like they were coming at us. But at that point, you know, you might as well just have fought the first 2 golems and then fought the next 3 golems. So it's hard to say. If your group is strong enough, it makes no difference. If your group is rather weak, then it's actually best to just take them one at a time, because then you don't, you know, have to deal with all 5. And if your group is somewhere in the middle, then it's probably best to like do the 5 golem pull. Gabriel says, given that I've seen people use zoom hacks and or automarkers in streams and YouTube videos, it's fine. Well, I think there has been cases where it has been that egregious, where it has led to some sort of punishment, but that's like 1 out of thousands of cases. So if you're doing something as small as having a ping on your screen and different music playing. I think you're fine, right? I think you'll be fine. But yeah, my point is that it has to be particularly egregious for anything to happen. It just shows the current playing song. Oh, well, in that case. Well, I mean, I suppose so, Cole. They would all get banned, and then you would have to deal with that. I suppose the way they would do that is that they would say that auto markers are completely off limits, and then people would no longer use it. But we have talked about that before, that things like auto markers are basically feels mandatory for party finder groups due to lesser communication options. Wow, people are taking a lot of damage. The healer's using Medica 1. Now there's a Medica 2. Right. So there's a reason why I was focusing on what Cyanide was doing. And this is nice. Optimize maximum damage uptime. The healer used Medica 1 twice and then used Medica 2. This is a good strategy. That means that you're paying attention to each individual AoE and not like suddenly missing one. This is like ultra nitpicky. I'm not like saying it is a mistake. It's more like I was just thinking, why did you do that? There was no need to do that. That AoE resolved, the center AoE that you already know how to have perfect uptime dealing with is coming, and it's going to cover the same area on this angle as this one. So you can just stand there. You can just stand there. You just stand there, and both of them will miss you. I'm just saying it was a little funny. Cyanide says, this boss has a really high auto damage. Yeah, it is like around 4,500. The reason why I felt like it wasn't like gigantic was because I feel like the first boss did like 4k as well, and they have tank busters. Or something like that. And exactly, Darth. That was why I was like, oh, it's just a currently playing song. You could have just added that, like, afterwards. Traverse is waiting for when Kai gets a vid that has a DPS parser, WoW UI, and Final Fantasy 14 visual mods, scripted macros, just all the... I have actually declined someone's clip specifically because there was too much. But they asked in private, like, can I share... Can you review this? And I said no. There's too much here. Way too much. So... But yeah, Cyanide, I think you did well. Also, very nice with dealing with the second boss. And as I said, I gave the suggestion that you could do the thing with using raw intuition, and then when that ends, you can use vengeance, and then you could, for example, use raw intuition again. It's specifically because by stretching your defensive cooldowns as much as possible, you're maximizing the value of your defensive cooldowns defensively. And by doing so, you are putting less weight on the healer. That's not to say, oh no, poor snowflake healer can't take it. No. It's because what if the healer actually can't take it? Then you die. Because you used vengeance too soon for damage. And incidentally, it's a massive DPS loss to wipe. And Vengeance for damage is a relatively small damage gain. So it's just not worth it in my eyes. That's why I do that. Another thing you can do, and this is something that I've talked about before, is depending on how many defensive cooldowns you have, you can sometimes get away with using 2 defensive cooldowns at once. So it's not, you know, that strict. You were using 2 defensive cooldowns once. You were using Raw Intuition and Vengeance, right? No big deal, right? It's just that Raw Intuition is so incredibly strong that it completely nullifies all value defensively you get out of any other defensive cooldowns you're using. So that's the problem here. Why it might not be the best combo. What I mean is that, and I can't remember if I talked about this in a video, but depending on what kind of healer you have, they might prefer a specific composition to your cooldowns. Thank you, Aradel. What I mean by that is pure healers often have a lot going on at the start of a fight. And they actually gain a lot by you making sure that you're taking as little damage as possible in the start of the fight. This sounds absurd because obviously the healer would appreciate you're just taking as little damage as possible for the entire fight. But this is interesting in contrast to barrier healers who typically heal a little bit all the time, so they would actually prefer if you just keep a baseline like that. You have a default amount of damage you're taking for the entire fight. Also, by the way, hey Derpy, I forgot to say hi earlier. I hope you're doing well. Welcome back, Emir. What I mean by this is if you have a pure healer, you can use, to take the warrior as an example, that is a little crazy because of Bloodwetting, but you could use Bloodwetting or Raw Intuition. When that runs out, you can use Vengeance and Reprisal. Which, yes, I know, that is extreme overkill, right? Absolutely insane overkill. No need to do that. Well, you're not going to use Reprisal, are you? Because the pack is going to be dead by the time you reach Reprisal on your list, isn't it? You use Vengeance and then Reprisal. When those run out, you use Bloodwetting again. And then usually the pack is dead or dying. The next pack, everyone has used their 2-minute cooldowns. So here you go Bloodwetting, and then you can go Rampart into Rampart Arm's Length. Again, doubling down on cooldowns, which actually leads to a nearly identical damage intake to Vengeance Reprisal. Now, you might be saying, but wouldn't Reprisal be ready for this again? Yes, but depending on your group, the second pull might take a bit longer, because no one's using 2-minute cooldowns because they spent them in the first pull. So here you can then use Bloodwetting, and if that isn't enough, like after Rampart Arm's Length, then you have Reprisal. Then you use Reprisal. So you can make a really concentrated opening cooldown, and then for the second pack, you have also a concentrated strong defensive cooldown, but because you have Arm's Length as an extra for one of them, you can use Reprisal to extend the time you have defensive cooldowns for the longer fight, if there is one. The key being if there is one, because you might not actually land in that situation. You can also use Reprisal on top of Rampart and Arm's Length. This usually makes more sense with other tanks, because they don't have Bloodwetting. But what you can do is, instead of using Rampart and Arm's Length, you could use Reprisal and Arm's Length, and things like that. Try to make it so that, you have a big cooldown and then 2 small cooldowns, instead of having a big and a small cooldown and then, 1 cooldown as the fight is wrapping up. But it partly depends on how your healer plays. Like a white mage or an astrologian will way more appreciate that you're taking basically no damage for the first bit of the fight because, you know, the astrologian is like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And the astrologian is playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And the white mage is spamming Holy. So, of course, it might benefit you to delay that big cooldown until after the Holy stuns. But Scholar and Sage are healing you the entire fight, from start to finish. So it would be wasteful to just go blah, 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 with all your cooldowns. Traverses, is this an alright defensive rotation? Bloodwetting into Vengeance or Rampart, into Bloodwetting, into Arm's Length and Reprisal, into Bloodwetting if needed. That's a fine rotation. The reason why I'm specifically kind of suggesting splitting up Reprisal and Arm's Length and just, you know, using them sooner is because unless your group is really bad, the group is dead. The enemies are dead by the time that second Rampart is over. So if you do that rotation, it should commonly be the case that you're like, alright, next up, Arm's Length and Reprisal. And then the mobs are already dead, so you just don't do anything. It depends on whether you need it. But part of the reason why you might want to split up Reprisal from Arm's Length is simply also because, as Husahu said, Reprisal is a single-minute cooldown. You could use it way more if you used it way more. Once per pack. So you could do that. But yeah, that one you're suggesting there is kind of like a standard. Like, that's one that a lot of people use. So I'm not saying it's bad, Traverse. I'm just saying that try and go into a duty, like an expert roulette or something. And really, like, actually you might want to record it and, like, watch it back to check yourself. Take note of how many times you actually reach Arm's Length Reprisal. If the answer is never or almost never, then maybe you should move Arm's Length and Reprisal to earlier in your cycle, not instead of something else, in addition to something else. As in, Vengeance plus Reprisal. Rampart plus Arm's Length or Reprisal. Things like that. But the key is, don't do it if it means you have no cooldowns later in the pull. That says, or on Dark Knights with TBN +1 or TBN +2. People are terrified of it not popping and should be. And that is true. It's quite funny that people are like, oh, no, don't use anything with TBN. You'll end up with the barrier not breaking. It's like, you're using TBN because you're actively dying. You're still actively dying if you use Shadow Wall. Emi says, how many clips have you done? 4? 4? 4. And the thing is, like, it makes more sense in boss fights. If the boss uses a tank buster and TPN doesn't break from it because you used Rampart or something, then you shouldn't have used Rampart. Because what's going to happen is the boss does tank buster, and then they just, like, sometimes they just kind of stare at you. And then TPN ends. To fight with mandatory wipe when? And indeed, Gasel, you also have other cooldowns as a tank. All of the like, in addition to, you know, Vengeance, Rampart, Reprisal, Arm's Length, and your short one, all tanks have something extra. You could have, like, for just Warrior, you have 1, 2, 3 extra cooldowns. For Paladin, you have 1, 2 extra cooldowns. This one doesn't count. And then all of them also have an invuln, right? Dark Knight has 2 here, at least. And Gunbreaker has 1 here. Like, they all have a little bit extra in addition to the other stuff. Zibale says, I've decided to go with Gunbreaker for my tank roll. Great! I hope you enjoy it. Caetsu says, how do we use Thrill of Battle properly? At low level, the main thing you'd want to use Thrill of Battle for, the key thing is that at low level you don't have the heal bonus trait, so it's just 20% more max HP. The optimal way to use Thrill of Battle in low level content is you use it before you're going to use a potion. Because you having more max HP makes the potion heal for more. Assuming you haven't already reached the limit of the potion. If you don't have a potion, then you use Thrill of Battle if the fact that you heal 20% of your HP would be beneficial. Like, it's basically like a potion. At higher levels, Thrill of Battle is best used in conjunction with something else. That something else can be Equilibrium, because Equilibrium benefits from that 20% HP recovery bonus. You could also use it with Shake It Off. Shake It Off removes Thrill of Battle, but makes the barrier from Shake It Off slightly bigger. So if you don't need those 20% max HP and healing received anymore, you can use Shake It Off. But yeah, ultimately you should just you should use Thrill of Battle, yeah. Derby says, this reminds me of when I spent ages playing Gunbreaker and not having Nebula on my hotbar. I don't even know why it was missing in the first place. Maybe you forgot to put it on in the like originally. Caetsu says, stare at you. Meanwhile, every single person about Kai. Well, I guess we'll have to find like a place with benches or something next time. Instead, we have a basically a... Oh, which one is good? This one. This is basically a cold meetup in the rain. Yeah, we got like 4 clips gone through. Yeah, 4. We could do this one. This is the last one we do then. Cult of the Pink bi-weekly meetup to discuss the color pink. Well, fair enough, Ajix. The reason why I usually decide which clips to do before I start the stream is because I have previously had a situation where someone posted a clip and was like, hey, can you check my clip real quick? It's real funny. And I check it, and because I'm like focusing on streaming and talking and then open the clip, I completely miss the message they left on it asking me to look for something specific. So I usually have to I take a little bit of time to go like grab this and this clip, and I read what you say you would like to hear from me. Usually people just say, I would just like a general overview, which sometimes leads to this taking a while, but that's fine. But the more specific you are with your explanation of what you would like to hear about, the more specific I can be about that. Like, if you tell me up front, I already know that I did this wrong, then there's no reason for me to say it. I could go like, oh yeah, I can see that, but there's no reason for me to like spend 10 minutes talking about that mistake. If you led with, I know... But I kind of need a little moment to like read that. But yeah, we'll do this one. This is a Gazel playing White Mage in Lunar Subterrane, and they asked, was offensive tools used correctly? So a White Mage. Oh, by the way, it's apparently with me in the group, I think. It is! We have Lexi, which is also the community, and... Wait. Enmalkir. For some reason I can't recognize that name without the first name. Nef, right, BSR. We have BSR and me on DPS, and then we have Lexi as tank. And Gazel says, was the offensive tools used correctly? Now, a key thing, I mentioned this last time. When Gazel posted a clip also of, I believe it was Alliance Raid or something. That a small problem, of course, in me viewing this is that it gets a little harder for me to actually, as we already know, I don't know Japanese this well. And that is also true, as Ariel says, that if you do post a clip, then I will probably not view your clip until we do a tea time where you're present. Thank you, Ariel. P12, it's P12N, right. But yeah, because I can't read the Japanese, and because Gazel actually has hidden some of their buttons, most of their buttons, I can't see what they're actually casting. I kind of have to guess based on the animations. But the key things that they are important to look for here is the offensive tools. That was what Gazel asked about. Liturgy of the Bell now? Yeah, you can do that. Holy, and you did Present Mind, that's good. As Eyes? As Eyes? There's As Eyes. And then more Holy. Just like a really tiny suggestion here. You just do As Eyes here. Just bam! Right around as the mobs are coming in. And then you don't have the problem of going, oh, I need to use Holy. I also need to use Presence of Mind. I also have to use As Eyes. Like, if you can use As Eyes before the Holy spam, then you can remove that problem. Part of the reason why you don't want to use As Eyes during your Holy spam is because that's going to delay your Holy, and that means you might not be able to fit the same amount of Holies in Presence of Mind. It looks like it might not have mattered here. And that is also fair, Huzahu. That is a key thing that we talk about somewhat regularly, that you should use your offensive cooldowns on Trash. If you had to choose between Trash or the dungeon boss, use it on the Trash, because the Trash is the ones that can kill you by just force alone. The bosses, they kill you by you failing a mechanic. So that is perfectly understandable. But it is a case of, like, you could do better. Like, that's what we're talking about. That is the reason why when you go, I don't use defensive cooldowns on bosses, I go, well, you could. It's specifically because obviously it's not optimal to not use your cooldowns during a boss fight. Like, that's what it's about. Is that it's fine. But it could be better. Here, it's mainly just Holy spam. That's fine. And you also made sure that you don't cap on lilies here, so that's very good. Nero says, if you use Bell on the first pull, I'd combo Asylum and Temperance on the second pull. You could do that. Which... Yeah, I guess you could do that. Wow! Look at that breakdancing small dragon. Something you could have done, and you probably saw it yourself as well. You could use a Flatus Rapture right now. You know, just toss a lily. You're probably not going to need both of those lilies. So you could do that. Now the question of whether that is actually going to cost you something You did spend a lily right as it like went off cooldown, so to speak. You could have also probably used a lily and then used the Flatus Misery on the trash pack we just had. That would probably have been a bigger damage gain overall. I believe that the name for the boss here is Sebeli. I'm pretty sure it's Daku Erufu, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's it. Because we have DA extended. Yeah, Daku Erufu. Which makes sense because the English version of the boss is like the English name is Dark Elf. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it would be that. It could be that Gaza was like, yeah, that's incorrect. But yeah, it is the name of the boss here is Dark Elf, which is quite funny, isn't it? It's just in Japanese. The big old Aflatu spending. Do we have... Oh, we do have raid buffs. We have 2. I wonder if they will align. Did they align? Let me actually go back for that. Just real quick. We have 3 actually. 1. 2. Do we get Battle Voice? You did use a Flatus Misery with the 2 buffs up. That's good. Where's Battle Voice? Because, what did you do? Where Battle Voice? We need the directed. Doom on me. Oh no. I'm bad. No. I got hit by a mechanic. Mental moment. That elf's fast. Oh, sorry, I'm playing the footage in double speed. Should have gone half as fast. Like, this is how it normally goes. It's just that we're focusing on the offensive cooldowns. White Mage has only so many of them. So it's like Azai's Presence of Mind, Aflatus, Lilies. Interesting move with running ahead of everyone else. Very good with the misery there. Personally, I would use 1 Lily right now because it's getting a little dicey here. And I would have saved that misery for the next pack. SIs? Good. Great. That makes sense, guys. It was just funny because you were so far ahead that you were the one pulling. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think there's actually a lot of menu things that are like just in English in the Japanese version of the game, or the Japanese client, I should say. Sunlight says, I hate this boss. Alright, Sevely, enjoy. As ice. You can use Afflatus Misery now. I was track of the pillars there. Understandable. That happens a lot for me too. And indeed, Philippe, Sibylle, if you do need a Gunbreaker guide, as you might know, I of course have a Gunbreaker guide of my own. Which does include like starter rotations for level 60. This looks fine. What you could have done differently, in hindsight, because now I saw the thing and then went back in time. Use a Lily here now. Use a Lily now, then like 30 seconds later, you'll be able to use Afflatus Misery exactly when you wanted to. So what happens instead is you're like, oh right, my lilies. Oh, As-Eyes. That can work for some players, Who's-A-Who. The danger there is that if you make your own rotation and then practice it and practice it and practice it, you can have cemented something that is completely wrong in your muscle memory. And that can make it a lot harder to unlearn that if what you came up with is wrong. And the reason I say it might work for some players is because some players get it kind of right. Like, if they understand the basics and the principles of it all, then they might get it mostly right without help. The thing, Cyanide, with the Dark Knight rotation is that the opener for the most part is like, it's a mishmash of cooldowns. The important part is that you use everything. The order of it can help a little bit with making sure that the stronger attacks are more likely to come out during raid buffs. But the important part is that you use everything in a somewhat structured manner. Also, by the way, think you did this fine. You did this very well with the Afflatus Misery on the pack. Yeah, I could see that, Ashix. I will say that 2 cards on the odd minute is like, compared to the 3 cards in the card burst and such, it's not like a gigantic DPS loss. It's mostly fine, but you can, there's always the difference between mostly right and perfect. The importance is more that, like, if you learn something, like, for example, with Gunbreaker, maybe you get, like, some other button completely wrong. Like, maybe you may, like, make a crucial mistake in your planning. Maybe you learn later that you want to pentaweave. Or like that you learn later that you shouldn't pentaweave. And then you have to unlearn that. But it can be fun to come up with your own rotations. Like, I do that sometimes. And I usually, like, when I'm making a guide, I'm checking with others. Specifically because I'm not just going to share some random rotation I came up with without making sure that it is mostly right. Or that others agree. It says, as I was on cooldown. Yeah, that is true. There are multiple times where this happened. It's a little bit awkward with White Mage. I will say, overall, Gazel, I think you did great. I think you did really great. The main thing that we noticed here was like, oh, you should have used Lily there beforehand. Or maybe you could have used a Flatus Misery here. Or you could have not used a Flatus Misery here and used it later. You could have used SIs a little sooner sometimes so you could avoid some problems. But other than that, I think you did really well. I feel like you were actually pretty good about as Leah, I believe. Mentioned. Was it Leah? I think it was. Grrr, can't find it. Someone mentioned that, like, the order of cooldowns to use on a pack. And I think a big part of it is, it seems like you have an order of cooldowns to use in a pack. Like, that is a big, very significant deal that you have a strategy down that you're using defensively. Not all White Mages have that. A lot of White Mages just go in with, well, I'll use Divine Benison on the tank. And then we hope they don't die, and if they're about to die, I'll use Benediction. And like using things like Temperance planned is very good. I'm pretty sure that is something you also have from like maining Scholar. Good plan. Can you do the rest of the stream with that Kermit the Frog voice? Welcome to tea time. I feel like if I actually did that, people would feel like I made fun of them when I read their comments. Can I admit the frog? I think it went well. Very well. It was a very good dungeon run. And it is hard. I will say, and that was actually something that Gazel did say in the video. They said White Mage feels very weird. And then Lexi said something like, yeah, it does so in dungeons. Personal opinion, White Mage feels a little weird in all content. I'm imagining Kaya doing the Kermit flailing. But it can be hard to teach a lot when you already have most of it down. It's like a limited amount of things that you can optimize, where I can like be like specific with you did that wrong. Like a lot of it is also just like decisions on the fly, I think. Enjoy, Giraheen. I think I rewatched a White Mage Dungeon short before that, beforehand that day. Excellent. Right. Well, we did get 5 clips. I am sorry that I sat with this clip from ready the entire stream only for me to not even go through it, but it is getting like pretty late for even for tea time. Green says, when you say white mage feels kind of weird in all content, what do you mean? White mage just wholly makes it really awkward to weave anything on an AoE encounter. The stuns also makes it weird for the tank. And on bosses, the fact that you have to weave Azai's and Presence of Mind, you know, exactly on cooldown for maximum damage, it means that you have to like do that exactly on time. Compare that to, for example, Sage, where, I mean, you have, you know, 2 charges, it's fine. You have a bunch of instant casts, whatever. Scholar has Ruin too if you have to, like things like that. It just White Mage feels less flexible in a way, if that makes sense. See, Papadongo says, new to Final Fantasy XIV and usually tank. What's a fun class to tank as? I would say all 4 tanks are fun. If you're going to start Final Fantasy XIV and you want to tank, then both Warrior and Paladin are excellent choices. Paladin's attack rotation is very basic for a long time. Warrior has like a little bit more of like a builder-spender situation that eventually becomes less crucial at higher levels. Once you get further in the game, you can also become a Dark Knight, and if you choose to buy the game and get Shadowbringers, then you can become a Gunbreaker. Both Dark Knight is like, offensively speaking, like Warrior but higher pace. Gunbreaker is similar to Paladin in a way where it's like a bit higher pace in a way. Paladin is the one with the shield, by the way, if that matters to you. Warrior is the tank that is also known to be like unkillable almost in some content. So it depends on what you like in a tank. Wider mage. Now, if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people in the chat, you can join the Discord community server, where you will find that most of them. You will also find me. You will also find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is coming up throughout this week. That's usually updated Sunday or Monday. For example, you can see tomorrow that we have more Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters with a very, very fun video about what happens when everyone gets eaten by Cerberus. Woohoo! There's a bunch of you that actually helped me with actually recording that. There's also the announcement room where you can see a link to the new videos or streams whenever they come out. And you can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. And if you do, you get a notification on Discord whenever I do post a video or a stream. You also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream, so you don't miss a second. And if you did in fact like this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to enjoy it as well. So that, of course, helps me a lot. Thank you so much in advance. And if you want to support the channel more directly, you can use like things like you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chats like you saw Ino do earlier. If you don't want to use the YouTube system, there's also a Ko-Fi page in the description if you want. It's entirely optional. All of the content of the channel is posted free for everyone to see, and there's not like a secret cultist channel on the Discord either. So You should be able to access most of the content on the channel, and by most I mean we sometimes vote on things. That's it. Really. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Emir. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Emir. Slippery floor time. I mean, the closest we get to a secret cultist room is that there's that I sometimes put up polls or questions in the for members on the YouTube channel specifically, and when I do that, they should also come up on the Ko-Fi page. But I haven't had such a poll in a while, because I usually ask when I have a genuine question, or something that we should talk about. Yeah, thank you so much, Emir. Also, hey Coco, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. It's the two mighty Santas. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Coco. I really do appreciate it. I just barely made it in time. The rivalry. I mean, a rivalry where you're in a rivalry of being nice. I'm just happy that you're both supporting the channel so much. The ones to pay guys sub. I mean, that too, in a way. In a way. But I really do appreciate it. Right. So. Yeah, actually, I mean, in a way, you and Coco do pay my sub in some capacity. And in regards to the schedule, I think on Saturday, when we do Small Kai's side quest, I think we might try it on OCE. So Materia. I think we'll do Ravana again. Like, I have no particular affiliation with any of them. I just know that, well, I believe both Fila and Oscar are here. Well, Fila and Ching are here, so that's one place to go. So I'll probably do Ravana. Also, of course, Small Kai definitely rejoices in the glory of combat. So, you know. But I think we'll try that and see how that goes. It'll be very tough for me to play Final Fantasy XIV as a bard on 300 MS. But hey, if it goes well enough, then what's the problem? On the other hand, I do have a plan for something on Monday, but you'll see that when we get to the weekly schedule on Sunday. And that is something that actually most of you will be able to participate in if you want to. But you'll please look forward to it. It is April 1st. Now, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.